Hey guys, tonight we're going to dim the lanterns and tiptoe into something a little softer, a little sillier, and a lot more human than kings, plagues, or sword fights. We're slipping into the muddied shoes of a medieval peasant and asking a very old, very sleepy question. What does it feel like to fall in love when you're covered in turnip dust, sharing your cottage with a goat, and your best flirtation tactic is handing someone a perfectly good apple? You probably wouldn't survive a medieval marriage negotiation. It involves livestock, gossip, and at least one grandmother with strong opinions. But that doesn't mean you can't enjoy the journey to get there. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're tuning in from somewhere special, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing where and when you're listening from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. It begins, as these things often do, in the market square. You're elbow deep in onions. Not figuratively. You are, quite literally, helping your aunt sort through a pile of them to sell. Your hands are covered in dirt. Your sleeves are too short. A bee has been hovering near your ear for 10 minutes. Life is ordinary. And then you glance up. Someone is standing across the stall, near the apples. Not just any someone. Someone who's clearly been sent here by whatever saint handles romance in villages of less than 24 people. They're not doing anything extraordinary, just choosing fruit. But they glance back at you, just briefly, just enough, and something shifts in the air, in your chest, in the rhythm of the bees. You look away. Of course, pretend to care deeply about a misshapen onion. But now, the entire day has changed. Historians often describe courtship in the Middle Ages as practical, arranged, and businesslike. That's true, especially among the wealthy. But for peasants like you, love often starts with glances over market stalls, shared water buckets, and the unmistakable, world-tilting pause when someone's eyes meet yours and don't quite leave. You keep stealing looks. So do they. At one point, they drop an apple. You almost offer to help. Then remember, you're holding 3 onions and probably smell like goat. They smile anyway. And just like that, without a single word, without a single promise, you know, this day will be remembered. Because it's the day something started. Something small. Something real. You go home with onions and nothing else. But you feel lighter, brighter, like the path beneath your feet is somehow softer than before. You don't tell anyone. Not yet. But later, while washing your hands, you whisper a quick thank you to Saint Valentine, just in case. You don't rush things. That would be suspicious. And besides, there's no rule book for romance in a world where your morning begins with scraping dried mud off the firewood and ends with sharing bathwater with 2 of your siblings. But you find ways to be near them without it looking like that's what you're doing. You suddenly remember errands that require walking past their cottage. You carry things you don't need. You linger just a little longer at the well, adjusting your scarf that doesn't really need adjusting. You time your trips to the mill with suspicious precision. And sometimes, they're there. Also, just passing by. Also not looking at you, while clearly looking at you. You make eye contact for a second too long. Then both of you immediately look at anything else. A rock, a cloud, the goat that's definitely doing something inappropriate to a cartwheel. You exchange awkward nods. Progress. The next day, your family is sorting kindling outside when someone calls for help stacking hay near the edge of the field. Your hand shoots up. I'll go. Your aunt raises an eyebrow. You hate hay. I've grown. You lie. So you go. And they're there, sweating, lifting, laughing. You try to lift too, only to sneeze loudly and drop a small bundle onto your own foot. They laugh, not meanly, just softly. Like it's the most charming sneeze they've ever heard. You say something clever, or at least you try to. It comes out more like, hay's heavy. They smile. Yes. The conversation doesn't go much further, but it was a conversation. Historians rarely document the day-to-day details of peasant courtship. It wasn't grand enough. But here, now, in the tiny choices and strange half-smiles, it's real, it's growing, like moss on stone, quiet, persistent. Later that week, you share water, not in some poetic, intimate moment, just you're both at the well. One bucket, two hands. You pull it up together, bumping fingers. You both laugh. A child nearby says, "Are you two getting married?" and runs off before either of you can respond. You stare at the water. They stare at their boots. Then they say, "Want to go first?" You nod. Only if you carry it. They do. You walk home with nothing but an empty pail and a full chest. That night, while mending a torn tunic, you find yourself sewing slower, distracted. Your sister notices. "Who is it?" she asks. You pretend not to hear. She grins anyway. Love is never quiet in a village this size, even when you try. The next morning, your mother gives you a second piece of bread for your journey to the fields. She says nothing, just raises one eyebrow. You pack it anyway. On the path, you catch sight of them again, down by the goat pen this time. You don't wave. You just nod, like this is perfectly ordinary. But you hope they see the extra bread. Historians still argue whether peasant relationships were based on romance or necessity. You don't argue. You just keep walking past their cottage whenever you forget something from the well. Because right now, it's not about grand declarations or love songs. It's about being noticed and being noticed back. It doesn't take long for the village to figure it out. Of course, you haven't said a word. You're subtle. You're careful. You've perfected the art of the casual glance, the delayed hello, the shared load of firewood that takes twice as long as necessary. You think you're being clever? But the village knows. You catch it first in the looks. Two older women whispering just as you pass, their eyes sliding sideways like they've seen this story before and already know the ending. One of them winks. The other just smirks and says, "Young backs carry more than kindling these days." You try to play dumb, but your face gives you away. Later, at the bakehouse, someone slides you an extra loaf. For two, they say pointedly, or for one with plans. You choke on your own breath and drop a small handful of flour. They laugh. You turn crimson. Your siblings notice next. They start humming love songs when you enter the room. Loudly, badly, with new lyrics that involve goats, mud, and your name rhymed with increasingly terrible things. You threaten them with the wooden spoon. They remain unbothered. But the worst is when your grandmother joins in. She doesn't say anything for days. Then, out of nowhere, as you're gathering eggs, she shuffles up beside you, leans in, and says, "Are their teeth straight?" You blink. What? If they're not straight now, they'll shift with age. Good to check early. You laugh so hard you nearly drop the basket. Historians suggest that medieval communities were tightly knit, and gossip traveled faster than the plague. You believe it. Every glance, every slightly longer walk home, every shared cup of cider becomes a public event. You can't hide a crush in a village where the chickens probably know before you do. Still, you don't mind it. Not all of it. Some of it's sweet. Your neighbor offers you a sprig of rosemary for your courage. A cousin sneaks you a ribbon with a knowing nod. The priest smiles a little too knowingly during Sunday Mass. And them? The person who started all this with a glance over the apple barrel? They're playing the same game. Still casual, still careful. But now they leave little signs. An extra plum on the wall near your door. A carved button dropped accidentally near your workbench. One day, a small note, tied with string, smelling faintly of garlic and thyme. It says nothing more than, "Nice weather for kindling." You read it 3 times anyway. The goats get involved too. Somehow. One of them escapes. Again. You both chase it through the field, shouting, laughing, nearly tripping into a puddle. At one point, you reach for the same rope and end up with your hands tangled together. Neither of you lets go right away. The goat gets tied. Eventually, later that evening, while peeling turnips, your mother hums a tune you haven't heard since you were small. It's an old wedding rhyme. You raise an eyebrow. She raises one right back. "Just humming," she says. Sure. The village is full of people with eyes and opinions. But for all their teasing and poking and smirking, there's something warm beneath it. They want this. They root for it. Love, after all, is the best kind of entertainment in a place where the most exciting thing last month was a chicken with 2 oddly shaped eggs. Historians still debate whether courtship was a private affair in the medieval countryside. Your experience says, absolutely not. But it's okay. Because every smirk, every joke, every knowing wink means one thing. They've seen what you see. And maybe, just maybe, they believe in it, too. You're not sure who gave the garlic first. Maybe it was them. Maybe it was you. But there it is now, sitting gently on your windowsill in the morning light. A perfect clove, wrapped in a folded scrap of cloth, tied with twine. No note. No explanation. But you understand. It's not strange. Not here. In the village. Garlic means strength, protection, health. But between 2 people stealing glances and sharing half smiles over goat fences, it also means, I see you. I want you to stay well. I'm thinking of you. You hold it in your hand, small and smooth, and smile. Later that day, you return the gesture, not with garlic, but with something sweeter. An apple, slightly bruised but fragrant, left near the firewood pile behind their cottage. It disappears by nightfall. This becomes a thing. Offerings. A small bundle of herbs one day, marjoram and thyme, tied with dyed thread. A hand-carved button another. A fresh egg, still warm, wrapped in cloth. A dried flower, tucked into a crack in the fence post. Each one is quiet, humble, completely deniable, and each one says what your mouths haven't quite dared. You're careful, of course. No one announces these things outright. You leave the gift when no one's watching. They find it later. You might pass each other in the lane, nod politely, share a few words about the weather or the pig that keeps escaping, but nothing more. And yet, everything more. Historians might call these gifts symbolic tokens of affection. You call them love notes without words. No parchment needed, just a handful of dried lavender left beside the place you always stop to fix your sandal. You start thinking about what you'll offer next. Something useful, but thoughtful. Something they'll understand. Something not too obvious, but just obvious enough. You settle on a bundle of fire starters, twisted kindling, dried moss, a few slivers of bark, tied in red thread. Red means warmth. Red means courage. Red means, well, you don't say it out loud. You leave it by their door and walk away before they open it. They don't mention it the next time you see each other, down by the stream. Both of you pretending to care deeply about reeds. But their smile lingers longer than it should. Their fingers brush yours when you hand them a shell. You both pretend it was accidental. It wasn't. Another day. They bring you bread. Not just any bread. Your bread. You recognize the cloth it's wrapped in. It went missing 2 weeks ago when your siblings made a mess near the oven. They must have kept it, used it, and now they're giving it back, full of something warm and fragrant. You bite into it later, alone. It's slightly burnt. You grin like it's the best thing you've ever eaten. Some gifts are clumsy. A piece of twine twisted into a ring. A rock that looks vaguely like a heart. A sketch on bark, done with charcoal, of a goat that might be you. You keep them all. You don't talk about love, not directly. But it's there, in the objects passed hand to hand, in the look that says, you found the plum I left, in the way they walk slightly slower when you're near, just in case you decide to match pace. Historians still argue whether gifts were part of formal betrothal or informal affection. You know better. These offerings are the whole story. A clove of garlic on the windowsill, a dried daisy tucked behind an ear, a crooked loaf of bread, still warm. These are your love letters. These are your vows, just whispered, very, very softly. You never meant to talk that day. Not really. You were meant to check on the goat. She'd escaped again, as she does every third Wednesday. A habit now, ritualistic, like she knows it gives you an excuse. You walk out toward the edge of the pasture, grumbling, half-hearted threats, already rehearsing what you'll say if they happen to be nearby. And they are, leaning over the low wooden fence, scratching their ear, looking entirely unsurprised to see you. Your goat's eating my firewood, they say. You look. She is. You sigh. She has expensive taste. They smile. She's developing a palate. You both laugh. And just like that, it begins. The first real conversation. It's not poetic. It doesn't echo through time. You don't quote saints or stars. You talk about the goat, about your neighbor's broken door hinge, about the smell of garlic still on your hands from last night's stew. You stand beside each other, close enough to share warmth, but not quite touching. The wind picks up. A goose honks somewhere nearby, unnecessarily. The moment is humble, muddy, slightly awkward, and perfect. They hand you a splintered stick the goat has gnawed through. A keepsake, they say, to remember her by. You pretend to consider it. I'll treasure it forever. You both grin. There's a pause. A good one. You ask about their work, how the weaving's going. They ask about yours. Whether the cheese finally set this time? It didn't. You both agree not to speak of it further. You stay longer than you meant to, long enough for your fingers to brush again over the fence rail. Neither of you moves away this time. Historians don't write about this part, the in-between, the shared goats and bad jokes. But it's where everything real happens. Not at the altar, not in the official records, but here, by the fence, in the wind, with hay in your hair. Eventually, you say, I should go. They nod, but neither of you moves. The goat decides for you, headbutts the gate open, and trots home like she's done her job. You follow, but you look back once. So do they. Later, when you're cleaning soot from the pot you burned again, your mother glances at you and says, So, talking now, are we? You freeze. No, she snorts. The next morning, there's a bundle left on your doorstep. Soft wool, dyed a deep, warm brown. Practical, thoughtful. You don't know if they spun it, dyed it, or simply found it and thought of you. You wear it anyway. When you pass them in the lane that day, they don't say anything. But they notice, and you notice them noticing. You spend the afternoon whittling a small comb. Rough, uneven teeth, but functional. You don't plan to give it to them yet, but you keep it in your pocket, just in case. That night, you lie awake staring at the thatched ceiling. You go over the words again. Your goat's eating my firewood. It's not a poem. It's not a prayer. But it's the start of something, and that's enough. You begin looking for signs. Not just glances or gifts anymore. Bigger things. Meaningful things. Omens. Maybe. Because courtship is dangerous. One misstep, one wrong word, one badly timed turnip joke, and it could all tumble down like an overstacked woodpile. So, naturally, you turn to the saints. Saint Agnes, for example. They say she listens to the hopes of young hearts, especially if you whisper your desire while baking bread. You try it. You murmur a quiet line as you knead the dough. Fingers sticky with flour. You peek at the crust later, hoping to see the face of your beloved appear in the bubbles. It looks more like a chicken. Still, hopeful. You consider the stars next. There's a traveling herbalist in the next village who reads the heavens. You don't trust her exactly. She once told your aunt her destiny involved a goose and 3 marriages. But still, the sky does seem to shimmer a little more when you think about them. Maybe that's enough. Then come the dreams. You wake one morning, after dreaming, they handed you a loaf of bread that turned into a kitten. You mention this to your grandmother, cautiously. She nods solemnly. That's a good sign, she says. Kittens mean loyalty. You decide to believe her. Historians record that medieval people sought guidance in everyday symbols, weather, animals, how their bread rose. For you, it becomes a gentle obsession. If the fire crackles twice when they pass, it means they're thinking of you. If your candle won't light, you've said something foolish. If the goat sneezes after they speak, Well, that one's more ambiguous. You try not to rely on signs too much. But when you find a tiny heart shape in the frost on your window the morning after you touch their hand, it's hard not to take it as something more. Others begin to weigh in. Your little cousin declares that if they smile while eating garlic, they're your true match. You consider gifting garlic again, but that seems too obvious. Instead, you tuck a clove in your pocket during your next conversation, just to see. They sneeze, laugh, and say, "What are you hiding in there?" You smile. Protection. They smile back. From me? Never. That night, you add, laughing during garlic test, to your mental list of good omens. One afternoon, you spot them brushing hay from their shoulder. You freeze. It's a small moment. Ordinary. But something about the light, the motion, the shape of it makes your chest ache. You wonder if this is it, the turning point. You whisper to the nearest passing cloud, "If I trip over something in the next hour, they're the one." You immediately trip over a bucket. The signs, clearly, are in your favor, but not every sign is helpful. One morning, you wake to find a chicken in your bed. No explanation. No feathers trailing from the doorway. Just a full, judgmental chicken sitting squarely on your blanket. You decide not to read too much into it. Probably just a coincidence. Probably. Still, you ask your neighbor later, "Do chickens mean anything?" They shrug. "Depends where they poop." You move on. You begin to sense that they're watching for signs, too. They ask, "Did you hear the owl last night?" You nod. They smile. Owl hoots and threes mean certainty. You're not sure if that's true, but you start listening for owls anyway. One day, they give you a small stone, smooth, pale, with a hole naturally worn through its center. For luck, they say, or dreams, or both. You slip it into your pocket and don't take it out for days. That night, you dream of walking with them beside a river made entirely of butter. Oddly peaceful. You decide that counts. Historians still debate how seriously medieval people took dream symbolism. Some wrote them off. Others swore by them. You, curled up beside your half-burnt fire, whispering to garlic cloves and weather patterns, fall somewhere in the middle, because signs aren't everything, but they're something. They're the quiet affirmations the world gives you while you're too nervous to say things out loud. And when, one evening, you look up and see them watching you, neither of you speaking, just sharing the same breath for a moment too long. No bread, no stars, no saints are needed. You already know. You begin to flirt more openly now, though openly is still a generous word. There are no serenades, no poetry written in rose petals, no dramatic declarations in public squares. You live in a village where even compliments are risky business. Say the wrong thing and you'll be teased for a season. Say it too well and your goat might get cursed out of jealousy. Best to stay subtle. So you flirt with the tools at hand. Bread, for instance, you're kneading one morning. And for reasons you don't fully explain to yourself, you shape a second loaf into a slightly heart-like lump. Lumpy. Very subtle. You bake it. It comes out misshapen. Of course, looks more like a confused potato. But it smells divine. You wrap it in cloth, walk past their cottage, and leave it on the wall. No note, just bread and hope. Later that evening, They return the gesture with a small pot of plum jam and a single sprig of mint. A feast, by your standards. You eat the jam slowly, with your eyes closed, like it's a blessing. And after that, it becomes a language. You flirt with glances across the table at the village gathering. They wink, barely. You drop your spoon, on purpose. They pick it up, on purpose. Someone notices. Someone always notices. You flirt with chores, too. You help stack wood near their door, and they return the favor by mending a tear in your shawl. You pretend not to notice the embroidery they added. Just one stitch in blue, shaped like a little loop. A thread of affection. You pass in the lane and nod. They smile and offer you the last apple from their basket. You say, "It's probably sour." They say, "Then you'll know how I feel when you walk past without saying hello." You blink. They grin. Progress. Flirtation, in your world, is an art of implication, a shared glance, a slight delay in returning something, a brush of hands when reaching for the same bucket. Once, during planting, you work side by side all day and don't speak once, but you hum the same tune, and when you stop, they pick up the melody exactly where you left off. It's enough to make your chest feel warm for hours. Historians often overlook peasant courtship, assuming it lacked the polish of noble love. But here, in this quiet, clumsy dance of half-said things and shared bread, the emotions are no less rich. You just have fewer words for them and more time to show them. One day, you see them laugh at something someone else says, and you feel a surprising small sting in your chest. You remind yourself, they're not yours. Not yet. Maybe never. But still, that laugh, it was a good one. You say nothing, but the next time they pass you, you don't smile right away. They notice. Later, you find a flower, tiny, yellow, crushed slightly, left on your workbench. It's a clumsy peace offering. You accept. You flirt through silence, too. Sitting beside each other at the evening fire after a long day, saying nothing but staying near. You share a piece of bread. They hand you a cup of water. Your fingers brush. You let them. And all the while, the village watches, quietly, loudly, both. Your sibling starts calling them, your kindling companion. Your grandmother starts asking when she should begin knitting baby socks. You pretend to be offended, but you start saving scrap yarn just in case. One night, they say, "Do you think goats fall in love?" You raise an eyebrow. Do you? They pause. I think they know when someone keeps showing up with food. You don't reply. You just offer a bit of apple from your pouch. They take it. Their fingers brush yours. Again. You begin to think it might be time to say something real. Not everything. Not yet. But something more than silence and bread. Maybe next week, or tomorrow, or next time they fix your fence without being asked. Maybe. Historians still debate whether medieval courtship was romantic or purely functional. You suspect it was both. Because this dance, this fumbling, this soft, wonderful ache, is nothing if not romantic. And it's only just beginning. You knew it would happen eventually. There are only so many sideways glances, shared chores, and mysteriously vanished plums before the village makes it official. Your love life is now everyone's business. It starts with the children. Of course, they're always first. They begin singing songs, bad ones, about you and your not yet official beloved, loudly, often, while staring directly at you. They giggle every time your paths cross and declare you're going to have a goat together, which is oddly accurate. Then the older folks join in, quietly, with raised eyebrows and mysterious comments like, "Looks like someone's borrowing more than sugar these days." Or, "Well, if you're going to keep stacking hay together, you might as well start splitting chores too." The baker begins giving you 2 loaves instead of 1, just in case. The blacksmith offers to fix your tools for the wedding price, whatever that means, and one neighbor starts placing odd bets with passing travelers. 2 months, he says confidently. She'll have him making cheese by Lammas. You blush more often now. You fluster easily. Every kind word feels like it might come with a wink. Every shared silence feels charged, amplified by the eyes you know are watching. One afternoon, your partner in kindling finds a note nailed to their door. You'll need more firewood if she says yes. It's unsigned. It's in terrible handwriting. You both suspect your grandmother. Still, you laugh about it for a long time. Historians often describe medieval communities as tightly interwoven, where privacy was rare and courtship was communal. What they don't mention is how strangely sweet it can feel to be rooted for, even when you're being teased to within an inch of your patience. Because beneath the jokes, the nudges, the not-so-subtle questions about dowries and goat herds, there's genuine warmth, hope, even you begin to understand something. This courtship isn't just yours anymore. It belongs to the rhythm of the village, to the people who watched you grow, to the children who now believe love starts with apples and ends with goats. One evening, there's a gathering, nothing big, just a shared meal near the fire pit. You sit beside each other, not quite touching, but close. Someone starts singing an old ballad about lovers who met near a stream. You both freeze. Then one of the children yells, "That's them!" And everyone laughs. You're mortified, but your beloved? They just lean closer and whisper, "The goat and the firewood. We've got quite the legend now." You nudge them with your elbow, lightly. Someone passes a jug of cider. Someone else declares, "If they don't kiss by harvest, I'm taking my bread back." The village is invested. You still haven't kissed, by the way, but you do linger longer now when you're close, when your hands meet, when your eyes meet. It's not hesitation anymore. It's anticipation. Even the animals seem to know. The goat's been unusually polite, the chicken's less aggressive. You begin to suspect they're on your side. You walk together more often now. Down to the well, to the edge of the field. Sometimes you don't even talk. Just listen to the wind, to the clatter of dishes, to the distant sound of laughter you both know is about you. It's okay. You kind of like it now. You've become a story in your own village. A whispered thing. A gentle game everyone plays a little part in. Even if it's just to pass you 2 pears and wink. And honestly, that's not so bad. Because when you next see each other, really see each other, with no one around, no errands to run, no goat to chase, there's a pause. And then they reach for your hand, and you let them. And the whole village doesn't even need to be told. They'll know. They always do. It happens quietly, without ceremony. No public announcement, no clanging of pots or raucous laughter from the neighbor's yard. You hand them something, your old shawl, mended carefully, freshly washed, folded small. It's cold near the stream, you say. They take it like it's a crown. Then they give you a token. Not much, just a pin. Small and slightly tarnished, shaped like a heart, or maybe a leaf, depending on how you tilt it. The kind of thing you might find in a pocket, passed down through 3 cousins and a hopeful uncle. They don't say anything when they hand it to you, but you feel the weight of it in your palm. Real, quiet. A yes, without the question. You tuck it into your apron. And just like that, you've entered the realm of something more. It's not official. Not yet. But it's more than flirtation now. More than apples and glances and goats. This is the part where things begin to mean things. They leave small marks now. An X on a log you split together. A braid of straw tied with red thread near your doorstep. You return the gesture by fixing a loose patch on their cloak, sliding a dried flower into the seam like a secret. Historians call these tokens courtship signs. But in practice, they're part charm, part promise, and part deeply human need to say, I choose you, without saying it too loud. One evening, they take your hand as you walk toward the well, not as a game, not by accident, just a steady, simple touch. Fingers curled around yours like it's been that way all along. You don't look at each other when it happens. You don't need to. Back at home, your grandmother finally says it outright. So, you're handfasted now? You blink. Are we? She shrugs. Might as well be. Handfasting isn't a wedding. Not yet. But it's a promise. A pause before the leap. In some villages, it's done with cords, tied gently around joined hands. In others, it's just an understanding. Yours is more like that. A wordless braid of affection, strung over weeks of smiles and shared chores. Your families know. They've seen the shawl, the pin, the way your eyes linger, the way you now speak with each other in half sentences, the kind only 2 people in the same story understand. Still, there are steps to follow, dowries to discuss, permissions to seek, at least formally. Your father says, I hope he has strong hands. Your mother says, I hope she knows how to boil beans without turning them to mush. Your younger brother says, I hope you don't start kissing where I can see it. You ignore him. Your beloved's family is similar. Nervous, amused, maybe a little relieved. Their sister mutters something about it being about time. Their cousin says you have decent posture. High praise. There's still bureaucracy. Of course, dowries, even small ones, must be weighed, sometimes literally. 1 goat? 2? A corner of land? A set of spoons? These things matter, especially when you live in a world where every blanket is counted, every egg a blessing. Your aunt tries to be helpful. Offer the good broom, she says. Nothing says stability like a fine broom. You don't. Instead, you give what you have. Skill. Kindness. Hands that work without complaint. A steady heart. And they give you theirs, in return. One day, they leave you a bundle of rosemary, salt, and blue thread, tied together and hung beside your door. You gasp when you see it. It's not just a token. It's a sign of blessing, of readiness, of everything still to come. Historians often overlook this part. The part just before the vows, when hearts are still shy, but certain, when fingers brush and stay longer, when names are said more slowly, like tasting something new. But you feel it now, a shift, a settling, and when they next say your name, you feel it in your bones like a bell. You didn't think love would involve quite so many goats, but here you are, sitting in a smoky cottage with your parents, their parents, and two goats staring at everyone through the open window, like witnesses to an ancient, unspoken ceremony. The air smells like bread, wool, and tension. Welcome to dowry discussion. You sit straight, trying to look mature. Your beloved sits across from you, occasionally giving you that half smile that says, "This is terrible, but at least it's ours." The conversation begins politely. Then it becomes less polite. "Well," says your father, scratching his beard. "She brings one sturdy goat, a hand mill, and two good pans. She's strong, knows how to spin, doesn't cry over onions. That counts for something. She does cry when chopping them." Your brother mutters. You kick him under the table. Their mother nods thoughtfully. "And he," she says, gesturing to your beloved, "has one shared plot of land, an axe, and a cousin who owes him 2 chickens. Your aunt leans forward. "Are the chickens confirmed?" There's a long pause. "Probably." The room murmurs. This is how love becomes math. Goats plus pans, chickens plus promise. No one's cruel, just careful. Because marriage in your village is both a romance and an alliance. The beginning of something emotional. Yes, but also practical. You are merging firewood and futures. Historians describe dowries as currency, how families measured status, worth, and survival. But here, in this smoky room, with all its sighs and side eyes, it's more like negotiation in a market where everyone already wants to buy. Eventually, it settles. 2 goats, 1 shared pan, a blanket your grandmother insists on throwing in for fertility. No one argues. Your mother sighs with relief. Your father nods like he's just completed a trade deal with the king. Then comes the talk of timing. "Before the frost," someone says. "After the cider's done fermenting," says someone else. "Not on St. Bartholomew's Day." Your grandmother mutters. "Terrible omen. Someone always gets sick." You and your beloved don't contribute much. You just hold hands under the table, your fingers warm, palms damp with anticipation. You don't even look at each other during the whole discussion. But the pressure of their thumb against yours tells you everything you need to hear. Afterward, when the grown-ups finally drift into other topics, weather, taxes, whose ox is limping again, you slip out to the garden. They follow, like breath follows a sigh. You stand under the half-grown pear tree. "I'm worth 2 goats," you say dramatically. They grin. "And a pan." "Don't forget the blanket." They take your hand. And this time, there's no hesitation, no half-smile, no awkward glances, just stillness. And then, finally, a kiss. Not like the stories. There are no fireworks, no choir of angels, just the rustle of leaves, the faint bleat of an opinionated goat, and the slow meeting of 2 people who've carried this moment quietly for a long, long time. When you break apart, you say nothing, but your forehead rests against theirs like punctuation, like an exhale. The next morning, everyone knows. No one says anything, but they smile more. hand you things without asking. Your neighbor winks and says, "Don't drop the pan." Even the chickens look smug. Historians still argue whether peasant weddings were built on affection or obligation. But you know the truth. Love, in a small village, is a group project. And now the village has decided. You're in it. It's terrifying. It's lovely. It's official. And when your beloved passes you a crooked wooden spoon later that day and says, "We should practice sharing," you take it. You stir the pot together. You taste the future. And it needs just a pinch more salt. It happens on a Wednesday, because of course it does. No festivals, no saints' days, no moon in a special position. Just a regular, slightly rainy Wednesday that smells of wet hay and half-baked barley bread. You have your first real argument. It starts innocently enough. A conversation about how much firewood you'll need for winter. You say 5 stacks. They say 3. You laugh. They don't. 3's not enough. You say, "We'll freeze." And 5's too many. They answer, "We don't have the space." Then we'll make space. And sleep where? It spirals. From firewood to cooking habits to whether or not your goat should be allowed indoors during storms. Voices rise, not shouting, but sharp, faster, tighter. You cross your arms. They cross theirs. The silence that follows feels louder than anything that came before. You walk away. Boots squelching in the wet grass, muttering something about stubbornness. Behind you, they mutter something about dramatics. Neither of you looks back. It's ridiculous. And also completely expected. Because love isn't always candles and mint leaves and shared plums. Sometimes it's friction. Sometimes it's 2 very tired people who are both right and both completely unwilling to admit it. You sulk. They sulk. You both go through your chores like ghosts, bumping into things, forgetting spoons and bowls, accidentally adding salt twice. You try not to look at each other at the well. You succeed. Barely. Your grandmother notices. Of course. She always does. "You arguing about firewood?" she asks, not looking up from her weaving. You blink. "How did you—" Everyone argues about firewood. She's not wrong. Historians rarely mention the arguments. They record the marriages, the births, the deaths, but not these small storms. Not the way 2 people can rub like stones, smoothing each other painfully into better shapes. But it's real, and it's necessary. That night, the bed feels colder without them. The fire crackles like it's judging you. Even the goat seems disappointed. You lie awake wondering if you went too far. If you should have let them explain. If maybe, just maybe, 4 stacks would have been a good compromise. Morning comes. You expect distance. Instead, they're already outside, chopping wood. 4 stacks. Not 3. Not 5. You watch from the doorway. Arms crossed. Heart thudding. Later, when they come in for water, you hold the cup out in silence. They take it. They drink. You stare. Finally, you mutter. "I measured the corner near the stove. If we move the stool, we can fit a 5th stack." They look at you. You add, "But I won't insist." Their lip twitches. Then they say, "We'll store it behind the barn. Cover it with straw." You nod. There's a beat of silence. Then they hold up a slightly singed piece of bread. "Still want to share this life?" You take it, even slightly burnt. It's the best thing you've eaten all week. You eat it together, sitting on the bench, knees touching, not speaking much, just chewing in sync, like two people who have decided quietly, firmly, not to let firewood be the end of the story. Historians still argue whether medieval love was passionate or practical. You've now seen both, because this moment of tension, forgiveness, and soggy bread is part of the shape of love. 2. It rains for 3 days. Not a storm, not a flood, just a soft, endless drizzle that soaks the soil and turns the footpaths into muddy ribbons. The kind of rain that keeps you indoors, staring at your hands, your hearth, and the slow dance of drips falling from the roof beam. The village quiets under the weight of it. No children shouting in the lane, no goats escaping, just the hush of water and the creak of wood adjusting to damp. You don't see them for a whole day. It's not because you're avoiding each other. It's just the rain, the chores, the heavy rhythm of everything. But you feel the space between you like a draft under the door. And it's colder than you'd like to admit. By the second day, you bundle up and walk to the edge of the pasture, mostly to clear your head. Maybe also to look toward their cottage. You don't see them. You do see the goat. She nods, like she understands your pain. You talk to her for a while. She's not helpful. That evening, you find something near your door. Your shawl, the one you'd given them weeks ago when the weather first turned. It's damp but neatly folded, and on top is a small flat stone. Scratched into it, just barely legible, is a single word: soon. You don't know if it's a promise or a request. You decide it's both. On the third day, the rain lightens, enough that the children emerge again, shouting, splashing, brandishing sticks like swords. The goats complain. A chicken shakes itself off dramatically. You step outside, drawn by something you can't name. And there they are, standing halfway down the path, hair soaked, tunic clinging to their shoulders, eyes searching. You walk toward them, slowly. Mud squelches under your feet. A goose eyes you suspiciously. When you reach them, you say, "You're soaked." They shrug. "You were worth the rain." You blink. That was dangerously close to poetry. They grin. "I've had 3 days to rehearse." You both laugh. Quietly. Then louder. It feels like the first sound after silence. There are no grand apologies, no speeches, just shared breath, a shared glance, and the warmth that comes from being in the right place, beside the right person, after a long stretch of not quite. You sit together under the lean-to. Watch the last of the rain slide from the roof in slow ribbons. Your shoulder leans against theirs. Their hand finds yours. You talk. About the rain, the wood, the ridiculousness of that fight. About how your grandmother definitely placed a hex on the weather to force you two to make up. You bring out a crust of bread. They bring cheese. You share both. At one point, you whisper, "I don't want to argue about goats or firewood or dowries ever again." They nod. "We will, though." You sigh. "Yes, probably. But I'll still show up in the rain." They add. You turn your head and meet their eyes. "And I'll still have bread." Historians often leave out the quiet reconciliations, the rainy moments, the hand on the knee, the way love sometimes renews itself in silence. But this is what stays with you. Not the gifts, not the jokes, not even the kiss. It's the walking through mud, wrapped in a shared chill, hands tangled like roots, knowing that even in the drizzle, even in the long quiet, you are chosen. Again and again, you stand together, lean into the wind, and walk back toward the village, together. The days roll forward now with a kind of soft momentum. The rain gives way to sun, and the fields begin to swell with green. You wake early, not from obligation, but from anticipation. There's bread to bake, yes, firewood to split, but also there's a future to prepare. A small one, shared, yours. The preparations aren't grand. No velvet banners, no trumpets, no parade of oxen and garlands. Just quiet gestures that begin to stitch your lives together. They patch your cloak with dyed thread, deep blue, the same color as the sky the night you first held hands. You sweep their floor one morning while they're tending the garden. Neither of you says anything about it, but they make you tea that evening, and the warmth of it lingers long past the last sip. Then comes the day of blessing. It isn't a wedding. Not yet. That's still being scheduled. In the vague way that all big events are, after the cider's ready, once the goat stops limping, before the frost, everyone says, and no one means the same thing. But this is something smaller, quieter. Yours, you wake early, gather bread and salt, 2 eggs, a sprig of rosemary from your mother's garden. You wrap them in cloth. These are the offerings, symbols of prosperity, flavor, life, protection. Your grandmother insists you also carry something blue, for luck, she says, placing a little ribbon in your palm. And because love should never be dressed in only brown, you tie it around your wrist. They meet you by the well, clean tunic, barefoot, hair combed, though not very well. You stand there, basket between you, hearts hammering like you've never spoken before. It's absurd. You've shared firewood, rain, and kisses, and yet, this moment, this one, is electric. You walk together, slowly, to the tree near the pasture, the one where the goat first embarrassed you into love. There, a circle is drawn in the dirt, not by you. Probably your siblings, maybe the children. Someone has added flowers. Another left a crooked loaf of bread. Someone even placed a charm made from bent wire and twine. It's perfect. You step into the circle. Your parents follow at a respectful distance. Your neighbor watches from behind a tree, pretending not to. The village isn't exactly invited, but no one expected this to be private. The priest is there, though mostly for formality. He mutters a few blessings, says something about unity, and then blinks when a chicken strolls right through the circle and sits down. You and your beloved look at each other. An omen? You whisper. They shrug. I like her confidence. The priest continues. Bread is broken. Salt is shared. You each hold the egg for a moment before placing it back in the basket, whole and uncracked. A symbol of balance, of careful beginnings. You don't speak vows aloud. That's not your way. Instead, you press your foreheads together and you breathe. Once, twice. Then you say, together, I stay. It's not dramatic. It's not loud, but it's true. You stay. Historians might skip over these moments, too small to record, too ordinary to archive. But in your bones, you know. This is the moment your lives clicked into alignment. Afterward, there's no feast, but your family sets a small table. Someone brings cider. Someone else roasts carrots with honey. A neighbor offers you a stew that's half onions and half mystery, but you eat it gratefully. Your siblings light two candles. Place them side by side and try not to smirk too hard. You laugh a little too easily. They laugh a little too much. You're both floating. One of the children sings a song that's definitely not appropriate, but you let them finish. A goat tries to climb the table. It is, in every way, the perfect prelude to whatever comes next. And when you go to bed that night, in your separate cottages still, you both lie awake for a little longer than usual, thinking the same thing. I stayed. They stayed. We begin soon. The wedding, when it finally happens, is both exactly what you expected and nothing like you imagined. The whole village shows up. Of course, some in their best tunics, some in whatever was dry. One man wears a flower crown made of cabbage leaves. A child insists on holding a goose the entire ceremony. No one knows why, but no one dares take it away. The morning begins early. Your sister braids your hair with wildflowers. Your aunt insists on scrubbing your face 3 times, muttering about blessings and blemishes. You wear your best dress, simple, patched in 3 places, but clean and soft. Someone lends you shoes. They don't fit, but they'll do. Meanwhile, your beloved is seen sprinting after the goat before breakfast, trying to convince her not to follow them to the ceremony. It does not work. The goat arrives on time, chewing a flower garland she clearly stole. The altar is a plank of wood near the apple tree, the same tree where you first sat together, way back when you were still pretending not to like each other. The priest speaks briefly. You nod in all the right places. Your beloved does the same. You hold hands. When it comes time to speak, you both hesitate, not from fear, just from feeling. But then they turn to you and say, softly, "You're still worth the rain?" And you say, "I brought the bread. That's enough." The crowd applauds, or cheers, or just throws small flowers. Someone throws a turnip. It's unclear if it was on purpose, but it misses you, so you let it go. The feast is loud, glorious, utterly mismatched. Tables sagging under bowls of stew, crusty bread, cider passed around like gossip. Your uncle sings a song with only 3 notes. A cousin brings a fiddle. Someone starts dancing, and before long, the entire village is stomping and spinning and shouting off-key lyrics to songs that were never written down. You dance too, clumsily, joyfully. Your beloved takes your hand. You twirl, nearly fall, crash into the priest, and laugh so hard your stomach aches. You don't stop smiling, not even once. The goat dances, or at least she charges through the dancers at full speed. People leap aside. She claims 3 bread rolls and a ribbon. You suspect she may be the true guest of honor? At sunset, you sneak away, just for a moment, to the edge of the pasture, beneath the tree that watched it all begin. You sit side by side. No words, just wind and warmth, and the faint scent of wood smoke. "I can't believe we made it," you murmur. They lean against you. "I can." Even through the firewood fight? Especially through that. You smile. "I'm still right. Though, I know." You sit until the sky turns to velvet. The village continues to dance behind you. Drums thump, voices rise. Someone yells about cider. Someone else yells louder about cheese. It's chaos. It's home. Historians might call it a simple affair. No nobles, no gold, no parchment vows, just bread, salt, 2 candles, and a goat that ate half the decorations. But to you, it is everything. You return hand in hand, greeted by cheers. Someone throws dried flowers. Someone else tries to kiss you both on the forehead. You allow it. It's a day for generosity. When the night quiets, you walk together to your new home. It smells of lavender and smoke, a bed of straw and wool, fresh linen, a warm hearth. Your hand lingers on the door before opening it. Inside, peace, and beside you, them, yours. Finally, the candle flickers low, the fire hums, the world settles. You settle. And for the first time in a long while, you sleep as someone who knows, with every bone in your body, that you are loved, and that the next chapter begins now. The morning light spills through the shutters in quiet gold, dappling the floor, brushing across your face, landing softly on the bundled blankets beside you. You don't open your eyes right away. You just listen. There's the soft crackle of the fire, banked low, but still alive. The shifting of wood as it settles. A bird calling from somewhere near the roof beam. And breathing, steady, warm, so close that it's not so much heard as felt. The gentle rise and fall of someone sleeping beside you. They stayed. You knew they would. But knowing and feeling aren't always the same thing. Now, you feel it in every inch of your skin, in every stretch of your limbs beneath the shared blanket. The comfort of another body nearby. Not intrusive, not loud, just present. You open your eyes. They're still asleep, face pressed into the pillow, hair sticking out in soft chaos, mouth slightly open in the most ridiculous, perfect way. You stifle a laugh and reach over to trace one fingertip down the edge of their hand. They stir, not fully, just a shift, a small, sleepy noise in their throat, but they don't pull away. They move closer. You lie there for a long while like that. No words, no firewood to argue about, no chores demanding urgency, just morning and warmth and the weight of everything you've built together curled up in the quiet. Later, the village will knock. They'll bring bread and eggs and way too much advice. But for now, it's just the two of you. You get up first, only because you have to. The pot needs warming. The goat needs glaring at. You tiptoe across the cold floor, wrap your cloak around your shoulders, and stoke the fire back to life. It's a good fire. You've made it together. It burns easily now. They join you not long after, still blinking, still wrapped in a blanket. They press a kiss to your temple without speaking and start slicing yesterday's bread like it's a sacred ritual. It is. Breakfast is shared in silence. Then you talk about everything and nothing, about needing more straw, about how the neighbor's goose looks angrier than usual, about how, somehow, everything tastes better this morning. There's still work ahead. Always. But now, your work is side by side. Someone to pass the bucket to. Someone to complain with. Someone who will say, "Me too," when you mutter, "I think I sat on a tack." Historians often end the love stories at the wedding, at the feast. But this is where it really begins, in the quiet domesticity of a life shared, not in grand gestures, in shared tasks, in laughter over burnt porridge, in finding the other's sock stuck in your sleeve. You spend the rest of the day in the soft hum of newness. You're married, you're tethered, you're tired, and yet everything seems shinier. Even the muddy path to the well feels less like drudgery and more like walking towards something good. The goat behaves, the bread rises, the neighbor gives you a thumbs up and doesn't even wink. It's a good day. And as the sun sets and the shadows stretch long, you lie down beside them once again. Two people in a small cottage that smells of smoke and something sweet. You whisper, "Still staying?" They answer without hesitation, "Always." And now, as the fire dims and our story folds itself gently closed, you return once more to the quiet of the cottage, to the soft warmth of linen over straw, to the hush of a room where everything is familiar, where love has moved in, unpacked its boots, and settled into the corners. You hear it still, the slow crackle of the hearth, the sigh of wind pressing against wooden shutters, the rhythmic rise and fall of breath beside you, no longer alone, no longer waiting, just there. Let the stillness of this moment wrap around you like the blue thread tied at your wrist. A promise, a comfort, a reminder that love, even when it grows from awkward glances and garlic cloves, can become something sturdy, something soft, something that stays. The world outside may churn and chatter, but in here, beneath the thatched roof and the soft hum of settling night, everything rests. You did not need a castle, or a crown, or a banquet to arrive at happiness. Only hands held in the rain, laughter shared over lumpy bread, and someone willing to chase goats with you, again and again. So now, sink into the stillness. Let your breath slow. Let your heart quiet. Let your thoughts drift through the familiar smells and sounds of this little room where two people wake and work and worry and choose each other anyway. Because that, dear listener, is what love looks like in the Middle Ages. And maybe, if we're honest, what it looks like everywhere. Close your eyes. The fire is still warm, and the morning will come soon enough. How medieval children learned, without saying a word. Hey guys, tonight we're not cracking open a scroll or sitting on a wooden bench waiting for a monk to lecture us on the humors of the body. No, we're doing something quieter, something older. We're waking up as a medieval child in a world where no one hands you a schedule, no one rings a school bell, and no one bothers to explain the rules. You just live, and learning sneaks in, silent as a shadow. You probably wouldn't survive this kind of education system. There are no grades, no pencils. And if you ask too many questions, you might get handed a broom and told to sweep the pigsty until you stop talking. The first sound is the rooster. The second is the clatter of your mother's feet on the floorboards. And the third, the one that truly signals the start of your day, is the crack of kindling and the first hiss of smoke curling from the hearth. You don't leap out of bed. You're not allowed to. You emerge slowly, carefully, trying to avoid the cold parts of the floor and the sharp elbow of the sibling beside you. The cottage smells of damp straw, last night's fire, and something vaguely hopeful. Maybe bread. Maybe just the promise of it. No one says, "Time to learn." That would be silly. Instead, your mother glances at you from the hearth, says nothing, and hands you a pail. It's still half full from yesterday. You take it and head out to the well, boots squelching in the mud, sky barely more than a bluish smudge above the horizon. This is your classroom, the path, the pail, the rhythm of your breath, and the way your fingers know how not to spill a single drop when you carry it home again. Historians might call it experiential learning. You call it life. By the time the sun has cleared the trees, you fetched water, scattered feed, and learned, without a single word, that today's weather means slippery paths and no drying of clothes. You know this because your mother changed her apron, because the chicken didn't come out right away, because the dog hasn't left its spot by the door. You watch. You mimic. Your first lessons are always in silence. You peel root vegetables the way your aunt does. Thumbs firm. Strokes even. You place wood in the hearth in the order your older brother prefers. Small, dry, angled like a hut. You don't speak while doing it. You don't have to. If you do it wrong, someone will fix it. If you do it right, someone will nod. Maybe. That nod is your gold star, and you treasure it. Today, your sister is spinning wool. You sit beside her and hold the bundle. You're not spinning yet. That comes later. Right now, you're just the anchor, the holder of fluff, the quiet watcher of fingers twisting fiber into thread. You learn with your eyes, with your body, with your breath. There are no lectures, but everything teaches, even the chicken. You once tried to pick one up by its wing. Never again. Historians still argue whether medieval children were really educated. Some say they weren't, that without schools and books, learning didn't happen. But you know better. You've learned 10 things before breakfast. Just none of them were written down. You sit by the hearth now, water fetched, hands warming. You don't realize it yet, but you've passed the first exam, getting through a morning without needing to be told what to do. And now, your sister hands you a turnip. No words. You know what to do. You sit by the hearth with the turnip in your lap and a dull-bladed knife in your hand. It's not sharp enough to be dangerous, but not so dull that it spares your knuckles. This knife has been passed down through 4 children before you. It knows exactly how clumsy small fingers can be. The hearth crackles, casting long, sleepy shadows across the floor. It's the heart of the home, always lit, always warm, except when it isn't. And then everyone's cold and grumpy. You learn fast to keep it alive. No one tells you that. You just feel it. You watch your sister's hands. She doesn't look at you, but she knows you're watching. She peels her root in one long spiral. You try to copy. Yours comes off in short, ragged strips. That's fine. For now. The kitchen, though no one calls it that, it's just the room, is your classroom. And the hearth is the headmaster. Its light teaches you shadows. Its heat teaches you patience. Its ash teaches you what happens when things are left too long. There are no lectures, but you learn a lot. You learn not to touch the blackened part of the pot. You learn to grab the spoon from the middle, not the end that's been in the broth. You learn that smoke means someone opened the door too wide, and that means you'll be blamed if you're the one closest to it. Your mother hums as she works. It's not a tune, exactly. More like a rhythm, and that rhythm tells you everything. She's not in a hurry. The dough is rising well. The weather won't ruin the bake. You watch how she folds the cloth over the bowl, how she turns it so the corner tucks in. That's the kind of detail people forget to explain with words. But you've seen it 100 times. so you'll remember it. Your job today is small. Keep the kindling dry and crush the garlic without flinging half of it into the fire. You take both assignments seriously. You hunch over the pestle like a monk over a holy book. You mash, you sniff, you taste, you learn. And your reward is a slice of warm bread with a smear of fat and the faintest hint of garlic on your fingertips. It's the best thing you've eaten all week. Historians still argue whether medieval children worked too young. And sure, you don't get days off. But this isn't work the way grown-ups mean it. This is apprenticeship to daily life. This is the silent classroom of a family that survives together. You're not just learning to cook. You're learning who needs help before they ask. When your sister knocks the flour down with her elbow, you don't laugh. You grab a cloth and start sweeping. She nods once. You smile once. The lesson is complete. You leave the hearth to stoke the small fire in the sleeping room. It's tricky. Less airflow. Less space. You've watched your brother do it dozens of times. You mimic every move. You even squint the way he does. Somehow, it helps. The fire catches. You grin. No one sees it. But it doesn't matter. You know, that's the other lesson. Learning here isn't about praise. It's about being useful, being trusted, being part of the rhythm that keeps everything warm, full, and just a little less chaotic. Later, as the stew bubbles and the shadows grow longer, you sit back down near the hearth. The turnips are done. The bread is rising. The garlic has, mostly, stayed in the bowl. You look into the fire, watching the orange logs collapse into themselves, and realize something that no one has told you out loud. You're getting good at this. You didn't ask how to do anything today. You just did. You don't get lessons. You get looks. Your mother doesn't say, "Now watch how I do this." She just does it and assumes you're paying attention. And if you aren't, well, then the porridge will burn, the bucket will slosh, and someone's going to shout, "Who let the fire go out again?" So you watch. You watch everyone. You watch your sister twist the thread around her finger before pulling the needle through. You watch your brother check the grain bag by hefting it, not looking inside. You watch your uncle set a fence post with a tilt you don't understand yet, but you know to remember it. There's no classroom. There's no desk. But the village is full of teachers, and their chalk is their hands. You watch the baker's hands toss flour like it's snow. You watch the shepherd's hands flick a stick, and the dog follows like it read his mind. You watch the midwife's hands move over a woman's belly with the calm of someone who's done it 100 times, even the old man who sits on a stool all day. He teaches, too. The way he counts out peas from one hand to the other, murmuring, blinking slow. You don't know what he's counting, but you watch. Because one day, you might be the one who counts. Historians sometimes wonder how knowledge was preserved when so few could write. But here's the thing. You don't need ink to remember how someone spins wool, or how to knot a rope so it doesn't slip when the well is heavy with rain. You need memory. You need stillness. You need to notice. There's a rhythm to each person's motion, a signature in how they roll dough, mend linen, tie herbs, rub wax into the latch so it doesn't creak. You learn not to mimic their movements exactly, but to understand their purpose. You don't copy their pace. You learn why they pause, and then you make it your own. Children aren't given tasks just to keep busy. You fetch the water, then watch how it's poured. You sweep the ash, then watch where it's placed, never near the herbs, always behind the door. Why? You don't ask. You just file it away. Every movement carries a logic, a history, a story. You learn to recognize the look your father gives before he speaks. The arch of your sister's eyebrow that means she's going to fix your mistake for you. But she's going to make a noise about it first. The way your cousin breathes out slow before lifting the pot off the fire. That's when it's ready. You don't need language to learn these things. You just need eyes, ears, skin that registers the feel of something done right. You learn that the sound of the cow's hooves in the morning tells you how she slept, that the silence of the hens means a fox has been nearby, that the slosh of the bucket when the water hits your foot is a sign you tilted too soon. Even animals teach, and they don't use words either. Historians still debate how medieval children knew what to do, but you see it, you live it. The cottage, the field, the path to the well. They're your scrolls and scripture. The lessons are baked into the floorboards and stirred into the stew. Today, you mimic your aunt's way of tying the apron behind her back. It's harder than it looks. Your elbow won't bend that way, but eventually, you get it. She says nothing, but she doesn't untie it either. That's praise enough. There's a way the village moves, a rhythm, a shared dance, and you learn it before you even understand what a village is. Nobody tells you, here is how things are done. Instead, you're dropped into a world where the rules are mostly unspoken, but rigidly understood. And the people who break them? Well, they don't last long in the dance. You learn by watching how your neighbor sets out her wash basin before the sun crests the trees. That's how you know it's going to be a dry morning. You learn by noticing how the thatcher only calls for help when the wind shifts a certain way. You learn by following glances, raised chins, and pointed silences. Words are rare, but meaning is everywhere. You notice that when your uncle steps into the field and doesn't bring his scythe, it's because something's wrong. You notice the 2-second pause before your aunt stirs the pot, just enough to smell if something's burnt. You notice when your older cousin raises his hand slightly during supper, and no one talks for 3 beats, because it means someone's about to say something important. That's the language of the village. It's all around you, and you're fluent in it before you're fluent in anything else. You learn that a side eye from your sister means stop talking now, while a subtle nod from your grandmother means yes, but quietly. A shrug from the baker means I gave you the better loaf. Don't tell anyone. And a well-timed cough from your brother means the goat's doing something terrible behind you. You become a reader of people, not parchment. Historians often refer to medieval villages as oral cultures, but that doesn't capture it entirely. Yes, people speak. Yes, stories are told. But so much of what's passed down isn't through speech. It's through shared timing, glances, mimicry, gestures with decades behind them. You begin to recognize the way people pass along their knowledge without teaching it. When your cousin starts carving a spoon, he doesn't say a word. He just lets you sit beside him, hands you the spare knife, and nods at the spare bit of wood. You try. You fail. He doesn't correct you. He just carves slower so you can see better. You cut yourself once, not badly, but enough to hiss. He hands you a cloth. Doesn't say a thing. Lesson complete. Another time, you help your mother set the table. You place the bowls too close to the edge. She moves them in, barely looking. Then she says, "Mind the elbow." That's all. Not a scolding, just a whisper of history in a phrase, because someone once bumped a bowl off that edge. Someone once broke something that couldn't be replaced. And now you know. The rhythm of the village is upheld by people who watch, who feel, who act before being asked. You learn to nod before someone says, "Would you help me?" You learn to grab the second bucket when the first one lifts. You learn to follow a glance toward the door and know it means someone's coming. And maybe, just maybe, you learn how to belong. Historians still argue whether medieval people had emotional intelligence. You chuckle softly at the thought, because you know what it feels like to catch your father's eye and know he's asking if you're all right without using a single syllable. And to answer him with just a tiny shake of your head, it's all there. Everything you need to know. And it's taught with no ink, no slate, no lecture. Just the village. Just the people. Just the shared hum of life carried on quietly, patiently, and in perfect step. And you're starting to move in time with it. Before you speak in full sentences, you're already using your hands like a grown-up. Because here, learning begins with what you touch. Your world is built from tools. They surround you. Some heavy, some worn smooth, some slightly too big for your hands. But all of them important. And all of them teaching you something without a single word being spoken. You know that the spoon with the darkened tip belongs near the hearth. You know the ladle with the split handle is good for stirring, but not for lifting. You know the knife wrapped in red string is the one your brother cut his thumb on last spring, and so you approach it with a little more respect. You learn early that tools have stories and rules, not written down, of course, but passed to you in the way someone lifts a scythe and shifts it to your grip, in the way your aunt quietly places your fingers on the handle of the butter churn, then steps away without a sound. When she comes back, the churn is half done, and so are you. At first, you fumble. The wood slips, the pestle wobbles, the bucket sloshes, but no one scolds. Not right away. Instead, they give you a glance. Not angry, just watchful. And that's worse, somehow, because it means they expect you to see what you did wrong, not be told. So you look. You see? You correct. Next time, you hold the broom lower. Next time, you angle the knife away. Next time, you wrap the twine the way your mother does, with one loop doubled, the other flat. That's the magic of a medieval childhood. You don't wait for permission to learn. You learn by doing. You've been helping with the spinning wheel lately. Your sister is faster, of course. But when she lets you sit and touch the spindle, you handle it like a secret. The wool tangles. You tangle. But you untangle, too. Eventually, she doesn't comment. She just leaves her work beside yours the next day. Side by side, the same way you learn the loom, the comb, the paddle, the pan. Every tool becomes familiar, not from instruction, but from repetition, from the feel of it in your palm, even when it's too big, from the way it hums when used properly, from the way people around you use it without words and expect that you'll figure it out just by watching, trying, failing, fixing, Historians say children began helping with chores around age 6. But you know better. You helped before you were useful, before your hands were strong enough, before your legs could carry water without wobbling. Because being helpful isn't the point. Becoming part of the process is. Today, you carry a basket of potatoes from the cellar. You've seen others do it, how they bend their knees, keep their shoulders forward, balance the weight. So you copy, and when your mother sees you, she doesn't clap or cheer. She just lets you walk past, basket full, feet steady, and she says, "Put it by the door." No praise, just trust. And that is better than 100 gold stars. Later, while cleaning the bucket from the morning, you stop to run your fingers along the handle, worn smooth by so many palms. Your grandfather's, maybe. Your mother's, now yours. It doesn't say your name, but it holds your story. And that's enough. Your siblings are your first rivals, and your first teachers, and occasionally your worst critics. They teach you how to tie knots, how to fold a blanket so it doesn't unravel at night, and how to steal an extra piece of bread without getting caught. Though they never let you do it more than once without extracting payment in the form of chores or embarrassing stories. They also teach you what not to do. Like the time your older brother convinced you that goats like being surprised. They don't. You still have the bruise. And the story follows you every time someone mentions livestock. But in between the teasing and the traps, your siblings are your silent mentors. They never set out to instruct you. They just do things. And you, being smaller, watch. They show you the way to roll your sleeves so they stay up while you scrub. They show you the quiet satisfaction of patching a hole the first time, not the third. They teach you which mushrooms to trust by pointing, not explaining, and which berries the birds won't even touch. You notice your sister uses fewer words than your mother. Her approval is smaller, a sideways nod, maybe a smirk if you're lucky. Your brother, meanwhile, only praises by mimicry. If he copies the way you stack the firewood, that means you did it right. The hierarchy is fluid but unforgiving. The youngest must listen. The middles must balance. The oldest must pretend not to care while quietly fixing everything behind the scenes. You slot yourself in accordingly. At meals, you watch how they reach, when to grab bread, when to offer it, when to duck under the table to fetch what someone dropped, and how fast you should be so that no one remembers it happened. These aren't things adults explain. These are things your siblings model, moment by chaotic moment. Sometimes they test you. "Carry this," your brother says, handing you a bucket too full, too heavy, too far from where you're meant to be going. You try. You spill. He rolls his eyes. You think he's cruel. But later, you notice he didn't refill it. He left just enough for you to carry next time. And you do. Your sister once handed you a loaf and said, "Slice it like I do." That was it. No demonstration, no correction. So you did. You watched the way she braced the heel with her thumb, the way she used the back and forth motion instead of pressing down. You remembered. You copied. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. The next time she handed you the knife, she didn't say anything at all. That was the praise. Historians sometimes debate how much influence siblings had in peasant households. The records mostly name parents, godparents, midwives, but you know the truth. Half of what you learn is filtered through someone only slightly older than you, who learned it from someone only slightly older than them. It's a chain of small, unspoken lessons, an inheritance of glances, gestures, grumbles. Even the fights teach. When your brother calls you slow, you prove him wrong. When your sister mutters that your stitching is uneven, you stay up late fixing it. When the littlest one copies you exactly, even down to the way you sit with your knees tucked in and your hands on your lap, you feel it, the strange, quiet pressure of becoming a model for someone else. It humbles you. You still don't always get it right. But now, someone's watching you. And so you move a little more carefully. Speak a little more softly. Fold the breadcloth the way your sister did. Because one day, the littlest one might do it your way. And that, more than anything, is how children in this village learn. By doing, by watching, by being just old enough to teach, and just young enough to be taught. It starts with a stick and a rock. No one tells you what the game is called. No one sets rules. But somehow, within minutes, you and 3 other children are locked in a battle of speed, skill, and wildly inconsistent scoring. The stick is the sword. The rock is the treasure. And someone, for reasons unclear, is pretending to be a goose. This is how it always begins. Not with books or boards or instruction, but with play. Messy, chaotic, imagination-fueled play. You pretend the goat pen is a castle. The grain sack becomes a baby that must be protected. The woodpile is a tower that someone must climb. A bucket is a helmet. A bundle of straw becomes a horse. A crust of bread is a magic coin. A potato is, well, the potato's always just a potato. But you try. You don't realize it. But you're learning more in these ridiculous games than you would in any classroom. You learn negotiation. Who gets to be the king today? Who's stuck being the sheep? And how to argue for the role of wizard without starting a full-blown sibling war. You learn physics. How much weight a plank of wood can hold before it dumps you in the mud. Spoiler, not much. You learn storytelling. How to spin a tale about the dragon in the cowshed and why it only eats red apples on Tuesdays. Historians sometimes downplay play in medieval childhood. The assumption is that children went straight from cradle to chore. But you know otherwise. Even when your hands are busy, your mind is crafting worlds. Even when your feet are in muck, your head is in a story. You sharpen your wits on silly arguments over pretend crowns. You stretch your memory learning rhymes and riddles that have probably been passed down for generations. You practice courage when you agree to explore the haunted mill, even though it's just full of old turnips and one very sleepy cat. The games follow the seasons. In summer, it's hide and seek through tall grass, ducking behind hay bales, and nearly getting caught by actual ducks. In winter, it's snowball ambushes and sliding on frozen paths until someone falls and pretends they're fine while quietly crying behind a tree. You mimic what you see the adults do. You build little clay ovens from mud and try to bake leaves. You set up markets and barter with pebbles. You gather pretend herbs and chant spells under your breath. Your sister rolls her eyes, then joins in. You pretend to be the midwife, the blacksmith, the baker, the thief. Sometimes you pretend to be the priest That one usually ends in someone getting in trouble. But that's the beauty of it. In these games, you try on lives like tunics. Some fit, some don't. But each one teaches you something. You learn to lead by guiding the younger ones through a pretend forest. You learn to follow when you're captured and forced to work in the imaginary flower mines. You learn humor by inventing the world's most annoying royal decree that all peasants must hop on one foot while speaking. Your cousin takes this too seriously. He insists the goat be knighted. Even your play has structure. You clean up the game pieces, buckets, sticks, straw, because if you don't, the adults will take them away. You learn consequence. You take turns. Mostly. You share. Eventually, you adapt. Always. Historians still argue whether these games counted as education. But you remember the first time you actually used a real tool. And it felt easy because you'd already played it 100 times. You remember the time you helped herd the geese because you were pretending to be a goose guard all last week. Play is practice. Play is preparation. And, just maybe, play is how you learn who you are when no one's watching. So today, when the game starts, stick, rock, pretend crown, you join in without hesitation. Because even if you end up being the goose again, well, you'll just honk with dignity. You learn as much from the sky as you do from people. This morning, before anyone speaks, you already know it's going to rain, not because you checked the clouds like some wise elder, but because the chickens are quiet. The wind smells like cold stone, and your mother put on her second best apron, the one she reserves for damp days. That's all the forecast you need. Out here, nature whispers. And if you're paying attention, you hear it loud and clear. You've learned when the soil is ready by the way your toes sink into it. You've learned how to tell when the river's about to rise, not from rushing water, but from the way the frogs go silent. You've even learned that if your goat starts bleeding before sunrise, someone probably left the gate open. Probably your brother. The world teaches without a single word. You squat by the stream and watch the way the water skips around a bend. That's where your cousin says the fish like to hide. You haven't caught one yet, but you've watched him. You've memorized his stillness, the patience in his eyes, the way his fingers hold the spear like it's part of his breath. He's never explained any of it, but you've learned it anyway. You lie in the grass sometimes, just to listen. The rustle of the reeds, the buzz of a fly, the distant crunch of hooves on the path. These are all part of the curriculum. Historians talk about the natural calendar of medieval life, seasonal festivals, planting schedules, harvest rhythms. But you live the finer print. You don't need someone to say, "The frost is early." You feel it in your fingertips when the morning bucket stings. You see it in the way the cat refuses to leave the hearth. Your lessons come wrapped in wind, in mud, in the lazy roll of clouds above the trees. Sometimes, the sky tells a story before breakfast. Today, it tells one of gray light, of water-soaked cloaks, of staying close to the cottage. So you help cover the firewood. You stack the kindling inside. You bring in the laundry line, even though the socks aren't fully dry. No one asked you, but you knew. Your cousin points to a slug on the doorframe. "Storm's coming," he says. You nod. You already brought in the wool. When you were younger, you asked questions like, "Why does the wind sound louder some days?" And "How do you know the mushrooms are safe?" Now you don't ask. You watch, you copy, you learn. Sometimes the answer is in the dew. Sometimes it's in the birds. Sometimes it's in the way your uncle tilts his head and squints into the horizon. You still don't know what he sees, but you believe it's something. You've even learned how to track time without a clock. The third rooster crow is the signal to finish breakfast. The shadow on the cottage wall tells you when it's nearly noon. The sound of the stream changing pitch means the sun is shifted west. Even nightfall arrives with cues, when the dog curls up, when the chickens rustle for the last time, when the breeze begins to smell more like firewood than wildflowers. Historians still debate whether medieval peasants understood nature scientifically. You're not sure that's the right question. You don't measure it. You live it. You feel the seasons in your spine. You adjust the rhythm of your chores to match the rhythm of the wind. No one explained this to you. No one gave you a lesson. But when the wind blows a certain way, when the fire hisses unexpectedly, when the cat bolts under the table and hides, you know what it means. So you whisper to your sister, "It's going to be a loud night." And you hang the lantern near the door before the storm even begins. The priest doesn't smile often. He's not unkind, just measured. Careful with his words, careful with his robes. He walks like someone who always expects a puddle, even when the ground is dry. You watch him pass through the village like a silent procession of one. Robes swishing, sandals worn, eyes always scanning the edges of things. You don't speak to him much. Children don't. But you watch him. The way he bows slightly to elders and raises just 2 fingers in greeting to everyone else. The way he never quite looks directly at the baker's cat, as if acknowledging it would make it follow him into church again. The priest is one of the few people in the village who can read, truly read, with ink-stained fingers and words that dance on parchment like secrets. But he doesn't show it off. He keeps his scrolls tucked in the chapel chest, wrapped in cloth, sealed with quiet. Sometimes, he lets the older children glimpse them. Just glimpse. You saw a page once, just a flash of thick vellum and crooked Latin. You couldn't make sense of it. But you remember the way the letters curled, like vines or prayers. You remember the way he touched the page, slow, reverent, like it might burn. That was the day you learned. Letters are sacred, even if you never learned to write one. Most children here won't. Schooling is for sons of lords. Maybe the rare village boy bound for the monastery. But that doesn't mean you're uneducated. Not in the way that matters. Because even without books, you learn the rituals, the rhythms, the stories hidden in gesture. When the priest lifts the censer, you know when to bow. When he pauses after the homily, you know he's waiting for the silence to settle just right before finishing. You can recite most of his favorite parables, not because you've read them, but because you've heard them, again and again, like songs that shape the bones of your week. Your cousin, one of the few who's learned letters, traces the alphabet in the dust sometimes. You copy it, sort of. Your lines go crooked. Your A looks like a chicken. But still, your fingers remember. You draw it again later on the bread crust. With your fingernail. Before eating it, just for practice. You memorize the prayers. Not because someone drills them into you, but because the cadence is familiar. Because you've heard your grandmother say them over her stitching. Your father mutter them while lacing his boots. Your mother whisper them over soup. when she thinks no one hears. The stories, the ones the priest tells, the ones painted in chipped color on the chapel wall. You know them by heart, the lion and the saint, the fish and the miracle, the girl who wore a crown of candles. You act them out sometimes with your siblings. One of you plays the dragon, one of you plays the martyred bishop. The goat, inevitably, plays itself and ruins the ending. But still, the stories live. They're a kind of literacy all their own. Historians debate whether peasants were spiritually literate. Could they quote scripture? Could they name saints? You don't know. You can't recite from parchment. But you can tell when the bells ring late, something is wrong. You can sense it when the chapel door is left open in wind. You know that on certain days, the bread is baked differently, the candles burn longer, and your mother wears her best shawl without saying why. That's literacy, too. You even know when to be quiet. When the priest stops walking and just listens, you freeze mid-step. Even if you're chasing your brother, you don't know what he hears, but you trust the stillness. One evening, you pass by the chapel and see him lighting the candles for vespers. The wax is slow to melt. His fingers tremble. You don't say a word, but you step forward and hand him the extra taper without being asked. He glances at you, and, just for a moment, he smiles. There are no warning bells for discipline in your world. No detentions, no chalkboard lectures, no long-winded speeches about responsibility. In the village, punishment comes in looks, in silence, in the quiet shifting of someone's posture that tells you you've gone too far. You learn fast. Because the first time you try to sneak a second slice of bread before the rest of the stew is served, your mother doesn't say a word. She just gives you a glance, not angry, not sad, just still, measured, as if waiting to see whether you'll correct yourself. You do. You place the slice back on the board. She nods. Barely. The lesson ends there. Another time. You leave the chicken pen open. Again. The hens scatter. The dog barks. Someone trips. And your older brother spends an hour helping you chase feathers through the mud. He doesn't yell. But later, when the fire's lit and the bread is rising, he hands you the bucket of dishwater and says, "All yours tonight." You scrub in silence, the water going cold, the soap weeds slipping from your fingers, and you don't forget. Discipline here isn't always about punishment. It's about correction. And correction is almost always unspoken. A missing chore earns you the worst seat at supper. A broken tool comes back to you, unmended, with a quiet expectation that this time you will figure out how to fix it. The adults rarely raise their voices. They don't need to. Your aunt once stopped kneading bread mid-stir because your cousin knocked over the flower pot again. She didn't shout. She just let the silence bloom, thick and doughy. Everyone froze. The fire popped. The flour settled. Then she calmly handed him the broom. That was worse than yelling. That was legendary. You talk about it for days. Sometimes. The worst punishment is disappointment. The time you spilled the milk by swinging the pail too fast. Your father didn't even look at you. He just stared at the empty space on the table. Quiet. And that silence was heavier than 100 chores. Still, it's not all grim. There's praise, too, but it's just as subtle. A warm corner of bread, passed your way without comment. A second spoonful of honey after a well-done task. A calloused hand on your shoulder as you carry the bundle right this time. These small rewards matter more than medals. Historians sometimes write about medieval discipline as harsh, even brutal. And yes, you've seen the switch behind the door. It's there, but it's not the only tool. Most lessons come long before the stick. Most rules are absorbed, not shouted. You learn how to move in harmony with the people around you, not because they bark orders, but because life works better that way. You walk into the room and notice the broom lying across the doorway. You don't step over it. You pick it up, sweep the entry, place it back neatly. No one says thank you, but the room feels better, quieter, calmer. That's your thank you. The toddlers learn it, too. They get nudged gently back toward the hearth when they wander too close to the stew pot. They get clucked at softly when they throw a spoon. And when they mimic your posture, back straight, hands folded, they're allowed to sit beside you and chew on a crust like they've just joined the adult world. That's their prize. Respect is earned early and kept through action, not argument. Even the animals understand. The goat only gets scolded once. After that, a certain click of the tongue is enough to send her scurrying. Usually, you begin to understand the weight of your presence, the way your behavior shifts the mood of a room. You start to fix things before they're broken. You apologize with your actions, not your words. One day, you knock over the wash basin. You freeze. But then, before anyone can look your way, you fetch the rag, wipe the spill, refill the bucket, and nod once at your grandmother. She raises her eyebrows, then she smiles. Barely, but you catch it. And that smile, quiet, rare, unspoken, is the loudest praise you've ever heard. You don't learn about danger from a list of rules. You learn by nearly setting your sleeve on fire. Not badly, just a little singe near the cuff. Enough to make your mother suck her teeth and mutter about ashes and saints. Enough to make you wave your arm and promise you'll never stand so close to the hearth again while reaching for the ladle. Lesson learned. It's not the kind of world where you get a safety net. You get consequences, immediate, memorable, sometimes smelly, like the time you fed the wrong herbs to the goat. Harmless ones, thankfully. But she spent the entire evening belching like a cursed dragon and chasing the hens in circles. You'll never forget the smell or the sound. Your uncle just laughed and said, "You've officially made your first mistake worth remembering." He wasn't angry. He just handed you the proper bundle of herbs and said, "This one. Next time." There's no better teacher than failure. You burn your tongue once on stew that seemed too cool. You crush your finger under a bucket that tilted the wrong way. You walk barefoot across the threshold without checking for splinters and regret it halfway across. And each mistake folds quietly into your growing understanding of how not to do things. You begin to test edges more carefully. You blow on the stew even when it doesn't steam. You look under the bucket before lifting. You tap the threshold with your toe before stepping over it. These aren't lessons anyone sits you down to explain, but your body remembers. Your brother once dared you to touch the black iron of the kettle, just to see. You did. It hurt. He felt bad. You both learned. And to this day, when you pass him the poker, he always says, "Hot," even when it's not. It's a quiet kind of love, a protective rhythm built on past burns. Historians often frame medieval life as brutal, especially for children. And yes, the dangers are real. But so is the adaptation. So is the resilience. You learn fast, not because you're clever, but because the world requires it. The first time you forget to latch the chicken coop, you spend half the morning trying to wrangle angry birds back into place. Feathers in your mouth, scratches on your arms, dignity in tatters. You never forget the latch again. Your cousin once tried to take a shortcut through the stream during spring thaw. He slipped. He came back soaked and shivering, with one boot missing and the rest of us laughing so hard we nearly fell in ourselves. He laughs about it now, but he also carries a longer stick and always checks the mud with his toe. That's education, not in theory, but in bruises, near misses, and the way people nod when you've done something foolish and then hand you a better way. Even fire becomes a teacher. You've learned the difference between red flame and blue. You've learned that smoke curling low means damp wood, and that damp wood means coughing, and that coughing means the window has to be cracked, even in winter. You've learned not to trust a boiling pot with a silent lid. You've learned to keep the cat away from candles. That one took 2 near misses and a tail singe you all pretended not to see. Even the sacred has its risks. The chapel candles flicker near the hem of someone's robe. The incense coal nearly rolls off the plate. You watch carefully. You understand now why robes are lifted when walking near flame. Why ashes are always stored in the corner, far from children and chickens. You're learning not to be afraid of danger, but to recognize it, to respect it, to move with caution, but not hesitation. Historians still argue whether children in the Middle Ages were innocent or wild. But you know you're neither. You're aware. You're alert. You're still learning. Yes, but now you look at the hot kettle with a knowing eye. You test the rope's knot before swinging from the barn beam. You let the soup cool, most of the time. And when you forget, well, there's always a scar, a story, or a cousin to remind you. The village is quieter the day before a feast. Not calm. There's plenty of movement, shouting, flour dust in the air, but focused. People scrub doorsteps like guests are coming from heaven. Someone's hanging garlands of straw and dried berries. Your aunt is elbow deep in dough, humming a hymn only she remembers all the words to. You've seen this before. You've lived this before. And still, every time, it feels like something's about to happen. That's because feast days are the village's other school. They teach you time, how to feel the year moving forward, not with numbers, but with repetition, with rhythms. You don't have a calendar. You don't need one. You know the spring festival is close when your uncle starts muttering about lambs. You know midsummer is near when the bees get lazy. You know the harvest feast approaches when your mother starts pulling out the red cloth, the one she only uses when the air smells like apples and old fires. Each celebration marks a lesson. Each one teaches something. You learn patience from watching the maypole being wound without getting to touch it yet. You learn generosity from seeing your last egg given to a neighbor for their pie. You learn community from the way people come together. Even the ones who argued last week about who borrowed whose rake without asking. Today, you're tasked with hanging herbs over the chapel door. You do it carefully, making sure the rosemary points up, because someone once said that means good health. Or maybe that was for weddings. No one agrees, but everyone insists. You learn tradition by mimicking it, even if no one can quite explain it. The bonfire later is both celebration and classroom. You watch the grown-ups dance, and then the older children. Then someone pushes you forward. You stumble into the circle, cheeks burning, hands sweaty, and then, somehow, you're moving in step, spinning, laughing, unsure of the steps but carried by the rhythm. You learn to trust your feet, to laugh when you trip, to clap even when someone else steals your turn. The feast itself is another lesson. Sharing. There's not always enough for seconds. So you learn to take just enough, to pass the ladle, to nudge the last chunk of turnip toward the child beside you because their bowl looks emptier. And when it's your turn to get the extra slice of bread, you accept it with quiet pride. You remember how it felt to be the one passed over, so you don't let it happen again. Historians sometimes treat medieval festivals as escapes from work, but you know better. They are work, just a different kind. Emotional work, social work, work that stitches people together without thread. You also learn stories. The priest tells the tale of St. Brendan and the Whale Island. You've heard it every year, and still you sit, breath held, waiting for the part where the firewood starts smoldering and they realize they're on a beast's back. It never gets old. The baker tells a different story. One about her uncle, who once danced so hard at midsummer that he fell into the stream and came out speaking only in rhymes for a week. You're pretty sure it's not true, but the story still gets better every time it's told. And you learn from that, too. How to exaggerate just enough. How to entertain. How to hold someone's attention with a twist in the telling. Even the games are lessons in disguise. You try to balance eggs on spoons. You race with sacks tied to your knees. You tie knots behind your back. You lose most of them, but you laugh. And you try again. And somewhere between the games and the pie, you realize this is how the village teaches you to live with each other, to share joy, to hold memory, to step into roles, dancer, helper, listener, teller of tales. So tonight, when you finally sit, full and flushed beside the fire, you feel it in your bones. You've learned something again, and not a single word was written. The women don't call it teaching. They just do it. You're not told. Today, you'll learn to be a woman. That would be too direct, too modern, and frankly too noisy for the way things work here. Instead, you're expected to be near, close enough to see, close enough to reach, close enough to be handed something sharp and trusted to know what not to do with it. You begin by shadowing. Your mother slices turnips. You watch. Your aunt folds cloth. You mimic. The midwife checks her herbs. You hold the pouch. Inhale deeply. Try not to sneeze. The rhythm is quiet but constant. The girls don't get sent away to school. Their school is the cottage, the field, the path to the stream, the world where bread must be made, clothes must be mended, babies must be calmed, and nothing is ever done just once. Repetition is your tutor. You swaddle your first bundle, not a baby, just folded cloth. You're told to carry it without shifting your arms. No dropping, no wobbling. If the cloth slips, they say, the baby would have cried. and you would have had to walk all the way to the stream and back before someone let you try again. So you concentrate, you pass. Next time, you swaddle a real baby, and it wiggles and frowns and somehow falls asleep anyway. You feel taller afterward. You're learning how to soothe, how to stir, how to knead, not just dough, but life. You learn which weeds are safe to chew when you've got a sore tooth. You learn how to fold a cloth so it dries without going sour. You learn to hear the difference between a baby who's tired and one who's hungry. No one says these things aloud. You absorb them, like steam. The midwife becomes your most mysterious mentor. She doesn't speak much, but her presence hums with knowledge. She lays out cloths in a specific order. She tests the water temperature with her wrist. She murmurs to herself as she crushes dried flowers into powder. You help by keeping the cat out of the way. You help by fetching the water and not spilling it. You help by being there. Later, she'll let you hold the jar of salve. Then you'll stir it. Then you'll make it. And one day, though you don't know it yet, you'll be the one telling a younger girl, "Hand me the cloth," and watching her fumble it while pretending not to smile. Historians sometimes forget the role of women's work in education. But here, the tasks are the teachers. You learn patience by stirring the same pot 20 times. You learn humility when your stitching is taken apart and handed back to you with no explanation. You learn trust when someone lets you hold the baby again, even after last time's disaster. The women don't correct you much. They just fix what you didn't notice and wait for you to catch on next time. Your sister shows you how to thread the needle by firelight. "Don't squint," she says. "Breathe steady." She holds your wrist, not hard, just enough to show you how still your hand should be. You thread it. She doesn't say anything, but she doesn't take it from you either. That's victory. The tasks build slowly. You start with water, then fire, then cloth, then food, and eventually, someone, a child, a sibling, a sick cousin, and you're the one holding the spoon, the bowl, the silence. It's not a ceremony. It's not a ritual, but it is a rite of passage. One day, you hear the baby crying. No one tells you to go, but you go, and no one follows. You rock her gently, and this time, she doesn't cry. Historians still debate how much autonomy girls had in the medieval world. You don't know the theory, but you know that today. When your mother steps aside and lets you finish the braid, she says, "Tight at the base, and nothing else." And the braid holds. And you hold more than you realize. The boys don't talk much. Not about what they're learning. Anyway, they grunt, nod, shrug, and somehow, from that, everything gets passed down. They don't call it instruction. It's just doing beside someone older. Doing without asking too many questions. Doing until your back aches, your hands blister, and finally, someone hands you a crust of bread and says, "You didn't make a mess of it." That's as close to praise as it gets. Your first real lesson comes with a yoke across your shoulders. Not a full one, just 2 pails, half full, meant to train your balance. You walk behind your uncle through the narrow path along the field, feet sinking into damp soil, shoulders wobbling, arms trembling. He doesn't wait for you. He doesn't tell you where to place your feet. But when you make it to the end without spilling, He nods once, then takes the buckets, dumps them out, and says, "Again." You do it again and again until it feels like walking has always meant carrying something. That's the first step. You learn with your weight, how to lift without throwing your back out, how to lean into the plow, not pull it, how to stack wood so it doesn't fall, how to throw grain to chickens without wasting half of it in the wind. Your father sharpens the scythe slowly, methodically, edge sliding against stone. You watch, silent. You're not ready to use it yet, but you'll know how to care for it by the time you do. There's a rhythm to men's work. It hums like the wheel turning at the mill. It creaks like leather under strain. It sighs like shoulders settling after the last chore of the day. And you're beginning to move with it. Historians sometimes depict medieval peasant boys as simply put to work. But the truth is quieter and harder. You aren't just learning labor. You're learning timing, cooperation, restraint. When your brother tells you to hold this, you do. You don't ask why. You feel why when the fence post nearly tumbles and your grip is what keeps it upright. He grins. See, you're useful. You grin back, even though your fingers are numb. Later, you haul a bundle of reeds across the field. You do it without complaint. That's important. Complaining is a sign that you're still too young. You don't want to be too young anymore. One evening, your grandfather sits beside you and shows you how to tie a net. Not because he has to. Not because he expects you to remember. Just because your hands were idle and your eyes were paying attention. He says, like this, once. Then says nothing for the next 10 minutes. You fumble, but eventually, the pattern clicks. Over, under, loop, pull, and the net grows. Not perfect, but useful. He pats your knee before getting up. Doesn't say a word. You beam like you've been knighted. There's one lesson that no one explains, but everyone shows. Silence is not ignorance. It's observation. It's humility. It's knowing that you're part of something older than you, something that doesn't need to be spoken to be passed on. Today, you lift a sack onto your back for the first time without staggering. You carry it all the way from the grain bin to the barn without dropping it. Your cousin notices. He doesn't say, "Good job." He just lets you carry the next one. 2. That's how you know you've arrived. You still don't speak much, but your hands do. And they say, "I'm learning." They say, "I'm ready." They say, "I'm part of this." You don't notice the moment you become someone who knows. It happens slowly, almost sneakily. One morning, you just wake up and do the work before someone tells you. You fetch the water. You light the fire. You mend the fence before anyone asks who broke it. You see the tasks as part of your shape now, like arms, like breath. You've watched enough hands slice bread to know how to do it without sawing back and forth like a child. You stir the stew and pause, just like your aunt does, to listen for the tiny bubble pop that means it's ready. You bend to tie your boot the same way your grandfather always did, with a knot that's never failed, not once in his 70 winters. Nobody stands behind you now. No one double-checks your knots. No one reins in your goat. Well, maybe sometimes. Goats are chaos, but you are steady. And one day, you catch the toddler staring at your hands the way you once stared at your older sisters. And you think, oh, it's me now. I'm the one they're watching. The shift is quiet. You're not crowned or called wise or clapped on the back. But your mother hands you the good knife without looking. Your cousin lets you lead the way to the stream. The priest nods when you refill the oil in the chapel lantern without being told. Trust isn't announced. It's given in passing, in routines, in small, invisible transfers of responsibility that mean you're no longer the child mimicking in the shadows, but the one others shape themselves around. And yet, you're still learning. You always will be. You catch a new way to turn the butter so it doesn't stick. You notice the baker's trick of adding salt after the kneading so the dough stretches better. You learn that if you hum while turning the compost pile, the chickens don't scatter so wildly. Wisdom, it seems, is a slow layering, a quiet stitching of memory to muscle. Historians often try to define the moment medieval children became adults. Was it 12? 14? After marriage? After the first winter survived alone? You think it's smaller than that. It's the first time someone hands you the keys to the storeroom and doesn't follow. It's the first time a child scrapes their knee and runs to you. It's the first time you catch yourself saying, "Careful, that pot's hot," in the exact voice your father once used. It's the first time you braid someone else's hair without thinking, and they don't pull away. It's when the work becomes second nature, and the silence around it feels like home. Tonight, you lie on your straw-stuffed mattress, your hands still smelling faintly of garlic and wool. The fire crackles low, the shutters are closed against the chill, and the goat, for once, is exactly where she should be. You close your eyes, and as sleep hums around you, you realize that you've joined the long, endless chain of knowing, passed from eye to hand, from silence to action, a whole world of knowledge, never spoken, but always understood. So here you are, resting beneath the sloped rafters of a cottage that smells of ash and lavender, your hands slightly sore, your heart full in the quiet way only a well-spent day can bring. The village outside has gone still. The fire has settled into soft, glowing coals, and everyone you've watched, followed, copied, now trusts you without saying a word. The learning hasn't ended. It just breathes slower now, like the steady creak of your mother's chair, like the whisper of wind against the shutters, like the warmth of your breath in the still air as you drift toward sleep. You've learned the world without a voice telling you how. You've memorized the shapes of hands in motion, the weight of tools, the rhythm of footsteps through grass still wet with dawn. And slowly, gently, those rhythms have become your own. You don't need parchment to prove what you know. You just need to carry it forward, one stitch at a time, one loaf at a time, one kind glance, one firm grip, one perfectly placed knot. All of it learned without fanfare, all of it yours. So rest now. Let the sounds of the village settle into silence. Let the fire hum its lullaby. Let the knowing you've gathered wrap around you like a blanket. Soft, quiet, and earned. Sleep well. Keeper of unspoken wisdom. You've done enough. And tomorrow, the world will still be here, waiting for your hands. Military rations from the Middle Ages that could feed you today. Hey guys, Tonight we're marching back in time, not to the glittering halls of kings or the scroll-filled towers of monks, but to the long, muddy road of a medieval military campaign. You're a foot soldier with sore feet, a dull blade, and a satchel full of what might generously be called food. Spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this diet for long, especially if your modern stomach thinks seasoning is a right and not a privilege. You wake to cold mist and the sound of boots on wet grass. Your back aches from the night before. You've slept wrapped in your cloak under a canvas lean-to, or maybe just against your own pack. It doesn't matter. There's no good way to wake up in the middle of a campaign, but you're hungry, so you reach for your first and possibly least loved ration, the hard bread. It's called biscuit in some places, hardtack centuries later. But for you, it's just bread. Not the fluffy kind, not even the crusty kind. This is bread you could wedge into a door frame. Bread you have to soak in something, anything, before your teeth will allow you to consider it food. You knock it on your knee, half jokingly, to test its density. It sounds like wood. You nibble a corner and immediately regret it. But your body, despite its protests, recognizes the sustenance buried in that brick of flour and determination. This is your breakfast. There's no butter, no jam, no coffee, but the bread does its job. It fills the hole. Barely. Historians agree that military bread was purpose-built for endurance. Long shelf life, easy to transport, just enough substance to keep you walking. What they don't often mention is the psychological cost of eating something that might outlast your grandchildren. Some say it was baked twice. Others say it was just left to harden in the sun until nature declared it indestructible. Either way, you get the distinct impression it was created not for pleasure, but for spite. You soften it with a splash of ale, what little you've rationed for the morning. It helps, slightly. Nearby, a fellow soldier is gnawing his loaf, like a squirrel worrying a tree root. He dips it into the communal pot of last night's pottage, which now resembles gray glue with hints of carrot. He nods at you, as if to say, "This is fine." And honestly, it kind of is, because when you're cold, tired, and halfway through a 12-mile trudge, fine is all you need. You stuff the rest of the bread into your pouch. It'll be lunch too. Maybe dinner if things go poorly. You chew slowly, trying not to chip a molar, trying not to think about how many more miles until the next stop, trying not to remember that this is only day 3 of a campaign expected to last 6 weeks. There's a joke whispered through the line. Something about how the bread isn't meant to be eaten, just carried until it kills whatever else you were storing with it. It's not far off. You've seen weevils abandon a biscuit in favor of cleaner quarters. But it's yours, and it'll keep you standing. Historians still argue whether medieval hard bread was ever actually meant to be enjoyable. Some say there were regional varieties, denser in the north, drier in the south. Others suggest it was never eaten without boiling, baking, or at least drowning in wine. You don't have wine. You have a little water, and even that is suspect. So you bite again and march on. The sun rises. The bread crumbles just enough to be called chewable, and your stomach, somehow, feels a little fuller, not happy, but ready. By midday, the bread has turned into paste in your stomach, just dense enough to make you feel full, just dry enough to leave you slightly worried about your digestive future. Your boots are heavy, the road is uneven, and the man ahead of you is loudly whistling a tune that might actually be a form of psychological warfare. You need more fuel. You settle on the second item in your humble ration set, dried peas. At first glance, they don't look like much, pale, shriveled, dusty little marbles rolling around in a cloth pouch tied at your hip. They're not appetizing. They don't smell like anything. And trying to chew them raw is not recommended. You learned that once. Peas need time, patience, heat, none of which are readily available mid-March. But when you reach the edge of camp and fires begin to crackle, one of the first things every soldier does, right after removing their boots with an audible "thank the saints," is start the soak. Dried peas go into the pot. Some add salt, if they have it, a stray onion, if they're rich, maybe a root vegetable or some old bone with the suggestion of meat still clinging to it. But even alone, even plain, the peas bloom, slowly, softening in water, becoming edible, transforming from tasteless lumps into warm, filling mush. You sit cross-legged by the fire, bowl in hand, letting the steam rise into your face. It's not thrilling, but it's hot, it's soft, it slides down easy, and after a day of walking, that's all you really want. Historians agree. Peas were a staple for medieval soldiers. Easy to dry, easier to carry, rich enough in protein to keep you moving. They didn't spoil. They didn't need flavoring. They just needed time and something to boil in. Pea porridge was so common that some soldiers joked their stomachs had become gardens, always full of peas and ready to sprout. There's even a superstition you've heard passed along the line that if you eat 3 bowls of pea stew in a row without complaint, you'll survive the campaign, or grow a beard, or both. No one knows if it's true, but it's as good a reason as any to keep eating. Your bowl is dented, your spoon is splintering, but the peas are warm, and your hands stop shaking by the second bite. Your comrade next to you fishes out a particularly large pea and holds it aloft like treasure. "Look at this one," he whispers reverently. You nod solemnly. "That's a noble pea." He drops it into your bowl. This is love, in campaign terms. You scrape the last bits from the bottom and lick the spoon clean. No waste. Every bit counts. You never know when the next pot will boil. And besides, a good pea meal makes everything else, your back, your feet, your future, a little less impossible. As the sun dips low and the fire flickers against the trees, you watch the others doing the same. Bowls cradled in hands, spoons scraping quietly, bodies leaning toward warmth and food and the comfort of repetition. You've eaten this meal 3 times this week already. You'll eat it again tomorrow, and you'll be grateful. Historians still argue whether peas were a poor man's food or a universal staple. But here, sitting by a campfire, wrapped in your cloak and your exhaustion, you know one thing for sure. These peas are survival. You stretch out, set the empty bowl by your pack, and close your eyes for a moment. Not sleep, just stillness. Your stomach isn't singing, but it's not growling either. You call that a win. You smell it before you see it. The tang of brine, the ghost of smoke, a sour edge that makes your tongue curl before you even take a bite. You know what's coming. Salted meat, the jewel of the medieval ration pack, and also The reason you'll be waking up extra thirsty tomorrow. You pull a slab from your satchel. It's wrapped in cloth, stiff with age, a little oily. At first glance, it could pass for wood, or an ancient relic from some kitchen that gave up on flavor centuries ago. But it's meat, probably beef, maybe pork, possibly something no one should dwell on too long. Still, it's yours. You grab your knife, wedge it beneath the edge of the salt-crusted rind, and slice off a piece. It resists, then it tears, and then, against all odds, it gives victory. You chew, slowly, carefully. Salted meat isn't about taste. It's about endurance. This piece has probably seen more sunrises than you have. You once joked with a fellow soldier that it was older than your captain's chainmail. He didn't laugh. Then again, he was chewing at the time. Salt curing is one of the oldest preservation methods. Historians agree it was essential for campaigns, keeping meat edible without the need for smoke or refrigeration. Soldiers packed slabs of it in barrels or cloth, soaking it before cooking, if they had time. If not, they just gnawed and hoped their teeth held up. Some say it was so salty you could clean wounds with it. You're not sure that's a joke. You soak yours a little in the leftover pea water from yesterday. It's softened slightly, enough to be less of a weapon. You know some tricks now. Slice it thin. Warm it near the fire. Mash it into bread. Anything to make it feel less like punishment. Your companion beside you eats his like a squirrel. Fast. Head down. No eye contact. He's clearly made peace with it, or lost his sense of taste. There's a fringe legend passed between tents. If you find a piece of salted meat without gristle, you've earned a wish. You don't believe it, but every now and then you check, just in case. Tonight's ration is pork. You think. The fat curls at the edges like paper left too close to a flame. The salt crunches under your teeth. Your tongue tingles. You drink water. Regret it immediately. Salt and water is a pairing that always comes with a warning. But it fills you. It stays with you longer than bread or peas. You can feel it settling into your bones, lining your stomach with something ancient and indestructible. You've met soldiers who carry a slab of meat for weeks without touching it. They just like knowing it's there, like a talisman, or a backup plan. One knight you marched with claimed to have a piece older than his horse. Inherited, he said proudly. Still edible. No one dared test the truth of that. Historians still argue whether meat was reserved for nobles or a common soldier's right. You've seen both. Sometimes it's rare. Sometimes it's daily. Depends on the army, the region, the purse of the man funding the campaign. But tonight, you're lucky. You've got meat. You've got a knife. You've got enough water to chase the salt. It's a feast. Sort of. You glance at the stars while chewing. The night is cool. The fire's low. Someone starts humming a song about a cook who fell into a barrel of salt and emerged as supper. It's not a good song, but it's oddly comforting. Your stomach feels settled, not full. Never full, but strong. And as you wrap the rest of the meat in its cloth and tuck it away, you feel a strange pride. You've eaten the inedible and lived to tell the tale. The pot never really empties. You don't remember when it started or what was in it first. Maybe barley, maybe lentils, maybe some unlucky root vegetable. that lost its identity several days ago. But every evening, someone adds something: a scrap of meat, a fistful of oats, a lonely onion. And every evening, it simmers, bubbles, breathes. This is pottage. You stir it carefully with a stick that is absolutely not a spoon, but has become one through repeated use and group agreement. It smells vaguely comforting, like herbs, like old garlic, like something that should be food, even if it isn't entirely sure what kind. Pottage is the soldier's secret weapon, not for speed or strength, but for sanity. Because no matter how chaotic the day's march, no matter how wet your boots or loud your captain, you know that, at the end of it all, the pot will still be there, simmering, waiting. You've seen it boiled in helmets, in broken cauldrons, in cleaned out buckets. Anything that can hold fire and liquid becomes part of the recipe. You've seen entire armies build their lives around the communal pottage pot, each man guarding it like it contains the Holy Grail. Because in a way, it does. Your current version includes yesterday's dried peas, salted pork rinds, crushed barley, and something green that you're pretending is parsley. It's not parsley. It might be moss, but it hasn't made anyone sick yet, so it gets to stay. You stir and stir. There's no rush. The longer it simmers, the better it blends. Your friend claims his uncle's pottage pot once stayed alive for 6 weeks. We just kept feeding it, he said, like a pet or a swamp. You believe him. This pot is old now, full of ghost flavors. A hint of apple from 3 days ago, a whisper of garlic, the lingering shadow of smoked sausage that hasn't been seen in weeks. But the pot remembers. Some say it's better on the 3rd day. Others argue the 5th. Historians love to debate how pottage fit into medieval diets. Was it a peasant staple? A soldier's fallback? A noble's comfort food when traveling? The truth is, it's all those things. It adapts. Just like you. You ladle yourself a portion with a gourd shell, sit by the fire, and breathe in the scent of victory. Because somehow, against all odds, this tastes good tonight. Warm, thick, slightly too salty, but in a friendly way. You chew slowly, savoring the moments of soft oat and slightly crunchy barley. There's a chewiness to something that might once have been meat. You choose not to investigate. A spoon scrapes beside you. Is that a bone? Your companion asks. You both lean closer. You poke it. You sniff it. Not a good bone, you say. He shrugs and eats it anyway. That's the kind of bond pottage brings. No one brags about it. No one takes credit. It's a team effort, grown one handful at a time. You throw in what you can, take what you need, and trust that somehow it will always, kind of, be there. Like a warm, edible promise. It's more than food. It's habit. It's routine. It's comfort after chaos. It tastes like we're still alive. As night settles, the pot stays close to the fire. Some take second helpings. Some sneak a third. A few drop bits into it for tomorrow. You stretch your legs, your belly not full, but content. And as your eyelids grow heavy, the pot bubbles once more. Still cooking, still teaching, still yours. It's not pretty. It's roundish, pale, flat on one side from the way it was packed under someone's boots. And it's so dry that when you knock it against your knee, it makes a faint clack, a sound more suited to carpentry than cuisine. This is ship's biscuit, and you are not on a ship. But somehow, this humble flour and water puck has found its way into the military rations of your land campaign, likely because someone, somewhere, decided it wouldn't be fair for sailors to suffer alone. You bite into it, or rather, you attempt to bite into it. The biscuit resists. It dares you. It questions your dental history. You give up on biting and break it. Using the butt of your dagger, it takes a few solid taps, but eventually, a shard cracks off and you pop it into your mouth, chewing as though you're auditioning for the role of quietly determined survivor. Historians tell us ship's biscuit was baked not once, but twice, sometimes even thrice. The goal? Absolute dryness, total preservation. It's the food equivalent of stone, unchanged, indestructible, eternal. Sailors relied on it because it kept for months. Soldiers, too, began to carry it, especially when fresh bread wasn't an option, which, let's face it, is always on a campaign. Yours today has a small hole in it, possibly from a weevil, possibly from someone else's dagger. You ignore it. They say some soldiers softened theirs in ale. Others crushed it into pottage. Some just stared at it and wept. You choose to soak it in hot water near the edge of the fire, turning it into something that could almost pass for dumpling mush if you squint hard and forget what dumplings are. It helps. Slightly. Your companion tries eating his dry. He regrets this immediately. You both nod solemnly, a ritual of shared regret. There's a strange comfort in it, though. This food is bad in such a consistent way that it becomes reliable. You never expect it to be good, and so it never disappoints. It grounds you, literally. You once used it as a shim to fix a wobbly bench. One of the older soldiers claims he still carries a biscuit from a campaign 10 years ago. He keeps it as a keepsake, or possibly a weapon. No one's sure. You finish your piece slowly, sipping water between bites, not because you're enjoying it, but because you're determined to finish it. It's an act of defiance, of dignity, of jaw strength. You wonder who first invented this thing. Some monk, probably, or a baker with a grudge. Someone who stared at flour and water and thought, what if bread, but worse? And yet, it lasts. It survives heat, cold, time. It makes it through rain, war, hunger, kind of like you. Historians still argue whether ship's biscuit was a staple or a desperation food. But you know the truth. It's both. It's not meant to delight. It's meant to endure. And in doing so, it teaches you something about yourself. That you can eat something awful and still smile afterward. You toss the crumbs to a nearby bird. It inspects them, pecks once, then walks away, unimpressed. You sigh. Tough crowd. But your stomach is quiet. Your mouth is dry. And somehow, against all odds, you're not hungry anymore. You feel it in your pouch before you see it. A solid wedge, cool to the touch, dense, with the faint smell of barn and blessing. It's cheese. Hard cheese. The kind you could probably use as currency or ammunition if things went sideways. You unwrap it slowly, carefully, like revealing a rare treasure, because in this moment, it is. Cheese is a rarity on the road, not because it's unheard of, but because it's valuable, perishable, eventually, and frankly, too delicious to trust around certain comrades who've been known to accidentally mistake someone else's ration pouch for their own. But this one's yours, unmistakably yours. A thick, waxy rinded hunk of survival gold. You slice a sliver. The blade catches slightly, then glides. It smells earthy, tangy, just a little nutty. If you close your eyes, you can almost imagine a quiet village, a warm cottage, and someone's grandmother saying, "Just one more bite," while tucking it between thick slices of rye. But you don't close your eyes. You eat it, and it's good, firm, sharp, just enough salt to make your tongue remember what real flavor feels like. This is not pottage. This is not dried peas or old meat or baked brick disguised as bread. This is civilized, even if you're eating it with your fingers, crouched on a log, covered in 5 kinds of mud. Cheese is more than food. It's strategy. You've seen it traded for favors, bets, and better spots near the fire. Once, a man traded his entire spare cloak for a wedge of smoked goat cheese. Everyone thought he was mad. Until the first snowfall. Then he was just cold and well-fed. Historians often write about medieval cheese as a peasant staple and a noble's indulgence. Both are true. The soft, fresh stuff didn't travel. But the hard cheeses, the aged, waxed, smoked, or salted varieties became battlefield delicacies. They could endure weeks in a pack. They softened slightly in warmth. They held firm when cold. And they made everything, taste better. Today, you crumble a bit into your pottage from earlier. It melts slightly, adds depth, adds purpose, adds joy. You don't even mind the mystery vegetable now. Your neighbor eyes your cheese with quiet jealousy. You break off a small piece and flick it his way. He catches it, nods. Friendship reaffirmed. Later, someone jokes about how knights used to polish their armor with cheese wax. You're not sure if that's true or if he's delirious from hunger. Either way, it's not the weirdest battlefield claim you've heard. There was once a guy who insisted garlic made you invisible to arrows. He's not around anymore. You finish your wedge slowly, savoring each bite like a secret. You feel stronger afterward. Not full, exactly, but fortified. The kind of subtle power that says, yes, I may be filthy and tired and surrounded by people who haven't bathed in days, but I have cheese. Historians still argue whether cheese was common in military rations or a lucky break. You've seen enough hungry eyes watching your fingers to guess it's the latter. But you don't gloat. You just tuck the last morsel in your cheek, like a chipmunk hoarding joy, and stretch your legs. A wedge of cheese can't fix your blisters. It can't warm your cloak or dry your socks. But it reminds you of comfort, of village kitchens, of better meals and quieter days. And sometimes, in the middle of a long, hard march, that's enough. Your mouth is dry again. You swish your water flask, half full, maybe less. You consider rationing it for later. But then, you think of the salted meat, the biscuit, even the cheese, all of them delicious in their own unique, dehydrating ways. You drink, and, of course, you regret it immediately, because the water is questionable. It has a certain twang, a flavor profile that says, I was once near a boot. Not awful, just bold, slightly swampy. One of the great gambles of medieval soldiering. Will the water hydrate you or haunt you? You set it down, warily. Which brings you to the soldier's safer option. Ale. Not the bubbly, golden brew you're imagining. This is weak ale, barely fermented, cloudy, and the color of dubious soup. But it's brewed, which means it's been boiled, which means it's safer than water. Mostly, you take a sip, warm, flat, faintly sour, but no twang, no boot notes. You sigh with relief. Weak ale is a staple here. Not a luxury, a necessity. It's the everyday drink. Safer than water, easier to make than wine, and far more forgiving if left in the sun for a day or two. Even children drink it back home. The fermentation is minimal, the alcohol content laughable, but it kills enough of the nastier things that you can trust it more than the nearest puddle. You remember a man who once drank straight from a ditch because he was too proud to beg for ale. He spent 3 days groaning like a cursed ox and swore off pride and ditches forever. Historians are divided on just how much medieval folk drank. Some claim gallons a day. Others suggest moderation. But every soldier you've ever met would agree. You don't march far on bad water. So the ale stays close, not because it makes you feel merry, but because it keeps you upright. You sip again, this time with gratitude. Nearby, someone is boiling water to make it safe. They drop in crushed herbs, something minty, something vaguely bitter. You admire their optimism, or their stomach lining. Someone else is drinking from a flask filled with vinegar and honey. Keeps the guts strong, they say. You raise your eyebrows. They raise their flask higher. You go back to your ale. Occasionally, you hear tales of knights who travel with wine. But it's rare. Wine spoils. And besides, it's too precious to guzzle when thirsty. Wine is for celebrating. Ale is for surviving. You polish off your flask and refill it from the communal barrel. It's slightly warmer than you'd like, but that's the flavor of life on the road. A few drops spill onto your hand. You rub it in. There's something oddly comforting about the smell. Yeasty, earthy, familiar, like a hug from a loaf of bread. Your companion lifts his own cup and clinks it gently against yours. To drink that doesn't kill us, he says. And food that doesn't fight back. You reply, a toast, a laugh, a shared sip. This is how you stay sane. Historians might look at your daily rations and see only fuel, but you know better. Every sip, every bite, every shared cup is a reminder. You're human. You belong. You're still here. And tonight, when you bed down under a thin blanket and a cloudy sky, you'll sleep with your flask within reach. Not because you're thirsty, but because it reminds you of the simple magic of having something you can trust. Even if it tastes like barley and wet spoon, it's the little things that save you. A clove of garlic, a chunk of onion, the sort of items that don't get top billing in the royal feast. But out here, on the road, in the mud and the smoke and the sweat, they might as well be sacred. You carry a pouch of them at your side. Not many, just enough. A string of dried garlic bulbs, a few onion halves carefully wrapped in waxed cloth, and a dream that someday your stew might actually taste like something other than boiled regret. Garlic is your favorite. You crush a clove between 2 flat stones and breathe in, sharp, spicy, like a slap to the sinuses. It wakes you up faster than shouting. One sniff, and your brain remembers you're alive. Historians agree that garlic and onions were crucial to medieval cuisine, especially for soldiers, not just for taste, but for medicine. Some swore garlic kept you strong. Others believed it warded off plague, curses, bad dreams, and nosy camp inspectors. You don't know about the plague part. But after a long day's march, when your limbs ache and your patience is hanging by a thread, garlic feels like a cure. You toss it into the pot. The scent blooms, hot, comforting, real. Then comes the onion. Not a fresh one. No. That would be a luxury. Yours is leathery, its skin papery from travel, but still potent. You slice it thin. So thin, it's practically memory. It dissolves into the broth, like it's been waiting for this moment its whole life. Even your grumpiest companion perks up. He doesn't say thank you. He just pulls his bowl a little closer. You smile. That's thanks enough. Sometimes, when there's no stew, you chew garlic raw. Not a full clove, just a bite. Enough to tingle on your tongue and sit warm in your chest. It's like armor. Invisible, but powerful. And yes, it guarantees no one will sit too close. Which, honestly, is sometimes the point. Your neighbor once told you, garlic keeps the spirits away. You said, which spirits? He just shrugged. All of them. Fair enough. Even onion peel becomes useful. One soldier dries it, crumbles it into powder, and uses it to season his bread. Another ties it to his belt and insists it stops cramps. Everyone has a trick, none of them proven. All of them passed down like precious folklore. Historians still argue whether these alliums were used more for taste or for function. But you know it's both. They flavor the pot. They settle the stomach. They make even dried peas feel like a meal instead of penance. And sometimes, when morale is low, and the rain won't stop, and the firewood is damp, and no one's spoken in hours, you pull out a sliver of onion, warm it in your palm, and drop it into the pan like it's gold. It sizzles. People stir. A few nod. One grunts. Smells like home. That's the power of the humble onion. Not flashy. Not expensive. But familiar. And on the road, through marches and hunger and sleepless nights, familiarity is a kind of peace. You wrap the remaining cloves carefully. Tuck them beside your bread. You'll need them again. Not just for flavor, but for memory, for grounding, for proof that even in war, even in cold, even in ration lines and soggy boots, you can still make something taste good. And that, tonight, is enough. The best part about figs? They don't complain. They don't crumble like biscuit. They don't melt like cheese. They don't require soaking, boiling, cutting, or coaxing. They just are sweet, soft, wrinkled little gems tucked into the corner of your pouch like edible secrets. You unwrap one now, pressing it between your fingers. It gives easily, dense, sticky, slightly sun-warmed from the morning's march. You bite into it, and for the first time all day, something actually tastes good. A burst of sugar, a hint of chew, a gentle reminder that not everything in life has to be salted or boiled or served with a sigh. Figs are a rare treat, but not impossible. They dry easily, pack well, and resist spoilage. When you can get them, you guard them like treasure. Some soldiers trade for them. Others keep them hidden for low days. Emergency morale. Today feels like one of those days. Beside the figs, you've got a small pouch of nuts. Hazelnuts, mostly. A few almonds, cracked and slightly stale. But they crunch. They satisfy. They offer energy without drama. And together, figs and nuts, They form the perfect soldier's snack. Portable, durable, delicious. Historians agree that nuts and dried fruit were essential to medieval soldiers on the move, not just because of the calories, but because of how clean they were. No preparation, no fire, no risk of food poisoning or spoiled stew. Just pure, travel-ready fuel. You pop another fig into your mouth and pass a handful of nuts to your tent mate. He raises an eyebrow. "Good day?" he asks. "No," you say. "Just fig day." He nods like he understands completely. You both sit in silence, chewing slowly, savoring every bite. Later, someone else approaches with a smirk and a desperate look in their eyes. "You've got more, don't you?" You shake your head. "One left." He peers at you. You peer back. He sighs and walks away. You eat the last fig, slowly, luxuriously, like a noble at a feast, even though your knees are in mud and you haven't bathed in 3 days. Nuts crunch between your teeth. A perfect contrast. Smooth, sweet fig, earthy, bitter hazelnut. The medieval answer to a trail mix. No raisins, no branding, just survival disguised as dessert. Sometimes, you crush the nuts into the bottom of your bread to soften the bite. Sometimes you fold the figs into warm pottage to sweeten the bitterness. But most of the time, you eat them just like this. No ceremony, no cooking. Just a quiet moment in the middle of a long, hard campaign. Historians still argue whether dried fruit was reserved for nobles or shared by all. The records are patchy. But here, today, in the field, under the half-light of an overcast sky, you know this. A fig is not just a fruit. It's a reward, a reminder, a tiny wrinkled piece of comfort you can hold in your hand. And sometimes, that's all you need to keep marching. You spot it in the merchant's basket, like it's glowing. An egg. Just one. Brown. Still warm from the hen. Its shell slightly speckled. Impossibly delicate amid a pile of root vegetables and 3 angry turnips. You trade for it immediately. 2 strips of salted pork and half a promise. Probably more than it's worth. But you don't care? You haven't had an egg in weeks, months, maybe. Time gets fuzzy. When your diet consists mostly of peas and despair, you cradle it carefully, like it might sprout wings and fly away. Because the truth is, an egg isn't just fragile. It's absurdly fragile. One jostle, one slip, one overly enthusiastic handshake from your friend who still thinks he's funny. And it's gone. So you guard it, all day, tucked in a cloth in your pack, nestled between wool socks and the last crumbled edge of ship's biscuit. You check on it obsessively, not because you're paranoid. Okay, a little because you're paranoid, but mostly because you've already imagined how perfect it'll be. Boiled, fried, stirred into pottage like some divine intervention. You don't know yet, but it will be perfect. That night, at camp, you announce your intention to cook it. The group falls quiet. One man whispers, "Are you sure?" Another mutters, "Maybe let me hold it while you build the fire." Even the goat stops chewing long enough to give you a side eye. Historians note that eggs were considered luxury items for soldiers on the move, not because they were rare, but because they were risky. They didn't travel well. They broke. They spoiled. And yet, they remained symbols of comfort, of home, of possibility. You choose to boil it. Simple, gentle, low risk. You heat a small pot of water over the fire, just enough to cradle it. Everyone watches. No one breathes. You lower it in slowly, reverently, like you're baptizing it. Someone hums a hymn. 8 minutes, maybe 9. You don't really know what you're doing, but you go by instinct. You pull it out, crack the shell gently, and, miracle of miracles, it's perfect. The yolk is soft, golden. The white is tender. It smells like memory. Like breakfasts in a cottage before all this marching began. You slice it in half and share one with your tent mate. He stares at you. You sure? Wouldn't be right not to. You each eat your half slowly, reverently, like monks taking communion. It's gone too fast, but it's glorious. That night, you sleep with the warmth of it still in your chest. Historians still argue whether eggs were truly worth the effort on campaigns. Some say yes, packed with protein, portable, if precarious, and deeply satisfying. Others argue no, too fragile, too quick to spoil. But none of them ever ate one after weeks of biscuit and boiled weeds. You know the truth. It wasn't just food. It was hope. Small, round, ridiculously easy to break. But when handled right, when nurtured, respected, and given just enough heat, it becomes a quiet miracle. And in the morning, you dream of chickens. You're hungry again. Not surprising. But tonight, the pottage pot is nearly empty. The biscuit's long gone. No cheese, no figs, no miracle egg, just firelight, fatigue, and the creeping realization that if you want to eat, you'll have to find it yourself. So, you go foraging. It's not glamorous. It's not exciting. It's mostly squinting at the ground, poking plants, and asking yourself, is this food or future regret? You start with greens, broad leaves, sharp edges, anything that doesn't look like it's been nibbled by something smarter than you. Some of them smell like pepper. Others smell like wet socks. You choose the ones that don't fight back when you pick them. You dig for roots, gnarled little things that look like angry fingers. You recognize a few, onionish, carrot adjacent, not bad. You give them a sniff and toss them into your satchel. Then come the mushrooms. Now this is dangerous. Historians are clear. Medieval folk knew mushrooms could be deadly. There are entire folk songs about it. Verses warning of the cap that brings dreams and the stem that stops your heart. You know this. And yet, you're eyeing a small cluster beneath an elm tree like it owes you rent. You break one open. Pale inside, no strange color, no sharp smell. You ask your neighbor, this one look familiar? He squints. Maybe. Maybe yes, or maybe we'll find out in 2 hours. He shrugs. Flip a coin. You don't eat the mushroom. Instead, you pocket a few acorns. You'll roast them. You've done it before. Bitter, dry, but edible. Just have to remember to boil them first. Learned that the hard way. Further along the trail, you spot wild berries. Black, glossy, thorny. You think they're safe? You hope they're safe. A few squish in your fingers with a sweet smell. And you decide to test one. It's delicious. You don't die. So you gather more. By dusk, you've scraped together a small harvest, greens, roots, a handful of berries, and 2 acorns you're already planning to pawn off on someone else. You return to camp like a hero from a very unimpressive legend. Everyone crowds around. Even the goat looks interested. You toss your findings into the pot. Greens wilt fast. Roots soften. The berries are kept aside. for dessert. You mash one into your pottage with the back of your spoon and pretend you're dining in a noble's hall. It tastes odd, but new. And that's enough. Historians still debate how much foraging was done on campaigns. Some say soldiers avoided it, too risky. Others claim it was essential, especially when supply wagons failed. You lean toward the latter, because when your stomach growls louder than your sergeant, you start getting creative. You've even seen men chew pine needles. Vitamin, one claimed. For what? Another asked. Don't know. But it feels right. There's a kind of primal thrill to it. Finding your own food, making do, turning field scraps into soup. You start to see the land differently, not as background, but as pantry. Every shrub is a maybe, every root a gamble, every berry a whispered dare. Tonight, your gamble pays off. You eat your forage stew in silence, warmed by fire and a small sense of triumph. You share a few berries with your companions. They nod, chew thoughtfully, and one even says, "Tastes like not starving." High praise. You smile, because out here, on this long road, every safe bite is a victory. Every foraged meal is proof. You're still here. You're still learning. You're still part of this strange, hungry machine of marching, resting, and trying not to poison yourself with the local flora. You tuck a final berry into your cheek, sweet, bright, alive, and somehow, so are you. You pull the dagger from your belt, not to fight, not this time, just to eat, because in the middle of a medieval campaign, one tool does everything. It cuts rope, slices meat, digs splinters, whittles firewood, and, tonight, it carves your bread. You lay the hard crust on your knee and saw gently, carefully. The blade isn't especially sharp anymore. Too much time spent hacking brambles and trimming leather, but it works well enough. The slice breaks off unevenly. You pop it into your mouth and chew thoughtfully. Nearby, someone stirs pottage with a spoon the size of a canoe paddle. Not a joke. It's carved from ash wood, burnished dark, and passed down through 3 brothers. They say it once saved a man's life by deflecting an arrow. No one's tested the claim. Your own spoon is simpler, flat, a little cracked, shaped by hand and accident. You carry it tucked into your boot when not in use. It's surprisingly comfortable. Eating tools are sacred out here. You don't share them. You don't lose them. You don't leave them behind. The dagger is for slicing and stabbing. Sure, but also for shaving cheese, cleaning fingernails, and, occasionally, intimidation when someone eyes your last fig too long. The spoon is quieter, more intimate. Yours bears a burn mark on the handle. From that time it fell into the fire, and you had to retrieve it with a stick and a string. It survived. So did you. Historians often overlook the role of simple eating tools in medieval life. But ask any soldier who's marched 100 miles with a knife and a spoon, and they'll tell you, these aren't just utensils. They're extensions of your hand, symbols of your place. You've seen nobles eat with daggers plated in silver. You've seen peasants sip stew from the edge of a flat rock. But every soldier finds their own method, their own ritual. One man you know uses a curved piece of horn. He calls it the queen. No one asks why. We're all a little afraid of the answer. Another sharpens a stick before every meal, as if preparing for battle. He eats like a falcon, fast, suspicious, eyes darting, You, you like balance. A clean cut with the dagger, a steady scoop with the spoon, the occasional use of fingers. Sure, but only when absolutely necessary. There's etiquette. Even here. You don't double dip. You don't use the dagger for stew unless it's been cleaned. You don't lick the spoon unless it's the final bite. Well, mostly. Tonight, you carve a bit of salted meat, tear off a hunk of bread, and ladle warm stew into your bowl. You eat slowly, savoring the rhythm. Cut, scoop, chew. The meal becomes a meditation. The spoon feels familiar in your grip. It carries warmth. It carries flavor. It carries the knowledge that you've eaten so many meals like this. And somehow, you're still standing. Someone beside you drops their spoon into the mud, gasps. You all pause. A moment of silence, then a muttered curse as they begin to clean it with a cloth and a prayer. It'll be fine. Probably. Historians still argue whether soldiers carried specialized mess kits or just improvised. You've seen both. A tin bowl here, a wooden cup there, a flat slate used as a plate. One clever fellow eats straight from his helmet. I'm efficient, he says. He's also bald from soup spills. You finish your meal. Wipe your spoon on your sleeve and tuck it away. Your dagger slides back into its sheath, ready for tomorrow's fire, tomorrow's bread, tomorrow's reminders that even on the hardest march, even with the simplest tools, you can carve out something warm, filling, and deeply, defiantly human. You knew something was off the moment you took the first bite. The stew was warm. It looked fine. Smelled. Well, a little funky. But stew always smells funky by day 4. You'd stirred it, tasted it, even fished out a suspicious lump that turned out to be a very soggy turnip. Everything seemed normal. But now your stomach is sending messages. They're not friendly. They're not even polite. You try to ignore it. Another spoonful. Another attempt to believe that your gut is just tired, not alarmed. But then someone across the fire groans. Someone else stands up too fast and stumbles. And you know. The stew's turned. Again. Food rot isn't dramatic out here. There's no green fuzz or cartoon stink lines. Just a subtle shift. Too sour, too slimy, too still. And suddenly, what was warm comfort turns into a gamble with stakes no one wants to pay. You toss the rest out and stare at the empty bowl like it betrayed you, which, in a way, it did. Historians note that medieval soldiers had strong stomachs, mostly from necessity. But even then, they weren't immune to spoiled meat, rancid fat, or that deeply cursed feeling of realizing you've just eaten something that should have been thrown to the dog. And even the dog might have said no. You've seen tricks, of course. Boil it longer. Burn it. Even let it simmer down until the flavor disappears behind ash and herbs and garlic so strong it might uncurse a bloodline. Tonight, you try the burn it method. One soldier scrapes the stew back into the pot and piles on the firewood. The flame crackles. The bottom starts to hiss. The stew thickens into something darker, stickier. Eventually, it smells edible. Barely. No one wants to go first. You draw the short straw. You sip. Pause. Survive. The others follow. No one says it tastes good, but no one runs into the bushes either. You call that a win. Food safety on campaign is about instinct more than knowledge. There's no thermometer, no expiration date, just sight, smell, and the sacred wisdom of, this smells weird. I'm feeding it to my tent mate first. Sometimes you get lucky. Other times, not so much. You remember a man who once ate an old egg. Just one. He swore it was fine. Even bet on it. He was wrong. Very, very wrong. He survived. Barely. Never bet on eggs again. Tonight, you add vinegar to the next batch of stew. Just a splash. Sharpens the flavor. Maybe kills something. You're not sure, but it feels safe. And sometimes, that's enough. A traveling cook once told you that soldiers are half warrior, half scavenger, and half fool. You pointed out that's 3 halves. He nodded. Exactly. Historians still argue over how often food poisoning struck medieval armies. Records are vague, illness blurred with fatigue, cold, dysentery, plague. But from where you sit, hunched by a smoky fire, watching your comrades eye their spoons like they're loaded dice, you'd say, pretty often. But you adapt. You learn which meats last longer, which herbs cover sourness, which gut pangs are warning signs, and which are just the price of travel. You get good at smelling trouble. Tonight's stew barely made the cut. You stir it again, slowly, and promise yourself you'll find something fresh tomorrow. Maybe a turnip that isn't haunted. Maybe bread that doesn't crumble into despair. But until then, you chew slowly, watch the fire, and hope. The smoke still hangs in the air, curling around the tents and cloaks, clinging to every fold of your tunic like the ghost of the meal just eaten. You've won the skirmish, or at least you didn't lose, which, in medieval terms, counts as a fine reason to celebrate. And in this camp, that means one thing: feast, not a royal spread. Not 100 dishes, silver goblets, or music from a harpist with delicate fingers. No, this is the soldier's version of a feast, hot, hearty, and enough to finally fill your stomach to something close to content. The pot tonight is twice its usual size, borrowed, or perhaps stolen, from a village not far off. Into it go everything. Not the usual scraps and stretchings. Tonight, there's real meat, not salted, not dried, fresh, with bones, with fat. It sizzles when dropped into the pot, sending up a cloud of steam so fragrant it silences everyone mid-grumble. You add garlic, onions, pepper, if someone's lucky enough to have smuggled a pouch, and, glory of glories, someone tosses in a carrot. A single carrot. The camp gasps in unison. No one says it aloud. But there's a hush in the air. Something reverent. Because tonight, you're not just feeding your bodies. You're rewarding them. Victory feasts are rare. The food tastes better because you earned it. You've seen friends fall. Blades clash. Chaos spin like smoke. And somehow, you're still here, with a spoon in your hand and something bubbling that smells like forgiveness. A loaf of bread gets passed around, soft, fresh, with a crust that cracks in just the right way. You tear off a hunk and dip it in the stew. It soaks instantly, golden with fat. You bite in. It tastes like warmth. It tastes like life. Historians sometimes paint medieval feasts as noble-only affairs. Boars' heads and wine. Swans baked in their own feathers. But out here, a roasted rabbit shared by firelight is just as grand. Maybe more so. One soldier brings out honeyed bread, hoarded from home, miraculously unspoiled. It's sticky, sweet, dusted with crumbs. You take a piece and can't help but close your eyes. It tastes like your childhood. Someone starts a song, a low hum at first, half-forgotten lyrics about some farmer's daughter and an ill-advised midnight escape. It grows. Others join in. Badly. Off-key. Glorious. Laughter follows, not nervous chuckles, but deep, rolling, belly-shaking laughs. Because tonight, for one night, you're not marching, not bracing for battle, not chewing hard biscuit in silence. You're together, eating, laughing, alive. The goat steals someone's bread. No one stops her. Even she deserves a feast. There's wine, not much, but enough for a shared cup. You pass it carefully, wipe the rim, sip slowly. It's sharp, a little vinegary. Perfect. You remember these nights? They're rare, but they hold something sacred. A reminder of why you fight, why you endure, why you chew questionable meat and drink suspicious water and keep walking even when your boots threaten mutiny. Because sometimes, at the end of the smoke and blood and thunder, there's a fire and a pot and something good. Historians still argue whether these moments mattered. You know they did. Because tomorrow, it's back to the hard bread and boiled weeds. But tonight, you feast like kings. The embers crackle softly now. The stew pot has gone quiet. The last songs have faded into tired murmurs, and one by one, the soldiers settle into the hush that only comes after full bellies and long days. You lie back against your rolled-up cloak, the stars above you smeared behind a low mist, and your thoughts drift toward something strange. What did all of this food really mean? Not just the pottage and the biscuit, not just the onions, or that heroic egg, or the bread that nearly broke your teeth, but the ritual of it all, the repetition, the way these rations became more than just nourishment. They became a language. Each item told a story. Hard bread whispered endurance. Dried peas promised just enough to get by. Salted meat spoke of caution and planning. Garlic shouted with stubborn energy. Even figs, the rare sweet, reminded you to hope. You remember how cheese made you feel rich, how ale made you feel safer than water ever could. How, even on the worst days, someone always had something to share. Food wasn't just fuel, it was rhythm, identity, a kind of edible camaraderie passed from hand to hand in dented bowls and cracked cups. It taught you who could be trusted, who gave up their last sliver of onion, who always ate quietly and shared their spoon, who lied about having more just to see others smile. Historians might call it military sustenance. Charts, lists, quantities, nutritional values, but you lived it. And you know, these rations weren't just about marching. They were about meaning. Every bite was a small victory. Every shared sip, a peace treaty. Every pot of stew was a pact. We survived together. Even the disasters, the turned meat, the haunted turnip, the questionable acorn, taught you how to adapt, how to laugh when things went wrong, how to recover with a spoon, a joke, and a vow to do better next time. Tomorrow, you'll wake with the taste of ashes in your mouth and the familiar ache in your legs. There'll be no feast, but there will be bread. There will be garlic. There might even be a fig, if luck is feeling generous, and that will be enough. So now, with your stomach warm and the night wrapping gently around your shoulders, you rest. You think back to that first slice of hard bread, the way it fought your teeth, the way it filled your silence, The way, somehow, it became a friend. You remember the peas, patient and plain, the cheese, rich and proud, the egg, fragile, rare, unforgettable. You remember sharing more than food. You shared firelight, laughter, space, the kind of peace only soldiers understand. The kind built in muddy fields and dented bowls. Tonight, there's no hunger, only stillness. You lie back and listen to the soft breathing around you. Men and women snoring under threadbare blankets, curled like commas in the story you all share. The fire dies slowly. The last spoon clinks against the side of the pot. And you drift, not just into sleep, but into memory, into quiet, into the truth that even in a world of chaos and cold, a little food, passed hand to hand, can bind people together in ways no sword or sermon ever could. Let that warmth stay with you. Let it curl into your breath. Let it carry you gently into dreams of kitchens and campfires, of simple meals and strong hands, of stories told between bites and hope wrapped in cheesecloth. Sleep now. The bread will be waiting in the morning. How medieval doctors treated headaches with music. Hey guys, tonight we're diving into one of the gentlest, strangest corners of medieval medicine. The moment when your pounding, splitting, headache-riddled skull was treated not with pills, not with needles, not even with leeches, though, trust me, they're never far behind, but with music. That's right. Welcome to the 14th century equivalent of lo-fi beats to soothe your boiling humors. And spoiler alert, you probably wouldn't survive this playlist. You lie on a straw-stuffed mattress in the corner of a narrow room that smells faintly of rosemary, old wax, and something recently boiled. Your head is heavy, not dramatic, not screaming pain, but a dull, persistent throb behind your eyes, like a drum being played far too slowly. The kind of ache that makes you squint at sunlight and silently curse whoever invented bells. The village healer has already ruled out the worst. No fever, no swelling, no visible demons, just a headache. One of the most ordinary, stubborn afflictions known to man. And now, with no blood left to let and no herbs left to crush, they've turned to a remedy older than medicine itself. Sound. Not the brash trumpet of battle or the screech of a lute in need of tuning. No, this is something softer. Monks hum low and slow, a sacred chant echoing through the candlelight. There's no performance here, just breath and tone, cycling in slow circles like ripples across a still pond. And slowly, something shifts. Not your pain, not yet, but your attention, your thoughts, which had been pacing like caged animals, begin to move more gently. You feel your shoulders ease, your jaw unclench. The air thickens with harmony. The healer sprinkles a little lavender oil on a cloth and places it near your head. Another stands near the door, quietly plucking the strings of a small psaltery, an instrument that looks like someone flattened a harp and gave it anxiety. The hum grows stronger. You aren't sure if it's in your ears or in your chest. Historians do, in fact, tell us that sound, particularly chant, was considered a legitimate healing method in parts of medieval Europe. Not necessarily because people believed the music itself cured pain, but because they believed harmony aligned the soul. And if your soul was in tune, maybe your head would follow. There's a beauty in that, and a bit of desperate hope. Your healer, An older woman with a voice like worn linen tells you that pain in the head means imbalance. She doesn't mean stress or dehydration. She means the humors, those four wacky fluids inside you that were constantly fighting for dominance like spoiled noble children. In this case, too much heat in the brain, too much fire, too much red. The cure? Cool sound, slow vibration, gentle tone, white robes and whispers. You are now in a space of healing by resonance, and as one of the monks begins humming a lower note, the entire room feels like it settles, like your thoughts have been lowered into a warm bath. You exhale. The pain is still there, but it's quieter, as if it too has been lulled into a kind of drowsy respect. Someone begins to recite a psalm, not loudly, not dramatically, just enough to catch your ear. The words wash over you like prayer, like poetry, like a language you recognize in your bones, even if you don't quite know the meaning. You wonder, for a moment, if this is what it's like to be healed from the inside out. Not cut open, not purged or punctured, but simply reminded, gently, that the body can calm itself when surrounded by enough stillness. Historians still argue whether these musical treatments worked in any measurable way. You don't have a study, but you do have this moment, this stillness, this low, perfect hum. And your headache? It's still there. But now, you don't mind it quite as much. You don't know what time it is. There's no clock, just the taper of the candle and the occasional soft rustle of someone moving beyond the curtain. But your headache is no longer the center of your world. It's more like an inconvenient background character now, lurking behind your eyes, sulking quietly while more interesting things take the stage. Like the healer's lesson on why your head hurts, she sits beside you, her hands folded in her lap, eyes half-lidded with that particular medieval combination of wisdom and just a little bit of boredom. She tells you gently, almost as if she's lulling herself to sleep, that your headache is not merely a punishment for squinting at parchment or skipping your morning broth. It's because your humors are unbalanced. Ah, yes, the four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, black bile, the sacred soup inside your body that determines not only your health, but your personality. You've heard this before? Of course. Everyone has. It's the medical gospel of the day, repeated like a lullaby across every town, every monastery, every physician's study cluttered with scrolls and dried herbs. Right now, according to your healer, your head is overheated, too much blood, probably, too much motion in the brain, too much thinking. She smiles slightly at that, and you wonder if it's a compliment or a diagnosis. To cool your system, you've already been leeched once this week, twice if you count that time the barber surgeon got carried away. You've had cold compresses, bitter tonics, and a nap beneath wet linens. And now you're listening to music. Because, you see, the humors respond to mood, and mood responds to sound. Sound, your healer tells you, can calm the overactive blood, can pull heat down from the head and into the chest, can lull the body into accepting balance again, especially if the notes are carefully chosen, especially if the rhythm mimics the heartbeat. You're not sure if it's true, but you want it to be, because it's lovely to imagine that your body is not just a sack of problems, but a kind of instrument, out of tune, perhaps, but still capable of harmony. Historians note that medieval doctors often treated headaches by adjusting the environment, not just through herbs and poultices, but through light, smell, and sound. In this worldview, pain wasn't just physical, it was spiritual, emotional, a symptom of imbalance in the entire self, which explains the monk with the flute. Yes, there's a monk with a flute now. He sits cross-legged near the door, eyes closed, playing a sequence of slow, measured notes that spiral upward like incense smoke. It's not a melody, not exactly. More like a suggestion of one. A whisper, a sigh turned into sound. You don't realize you've closed your eyes until the healer gently places a cool cloth over your brow. Listen, she whispers. Let your blood quiet down. And so you do. You picture the four humors like colored clouds swirling inside your chest. You imagine the music drawing the red one, hot, brash, impatient, downward, out of your head, into your belly, back where it belongs. Is it working? Maybe. You no longer care. Which is, in itself, a kind of cure. The healer lights a bit of sage and fans it gently. The scent is earthy, smoky, grounding. She chants something under her breath. Not quite Latin, not quite local dialect. A prayer, perhaps, or a poem, or just something she remembers from childhood. And there you are, flat on your back, eyes closed, surrounded by humors and harmonies, pain ebbing like a tide. Historians still argue whether these explanations, these bodily fluids, these invisible forces, were pure superstition or just proto-science, trying to grasp at something deeper. But for you, in this moment, all that matters is the stillness, and the sound, and the feeling, faint, quiet, real, that your body is beginning to agree with itself again. The sun has risen somewhere beyond the shutters, casting soft yellow streaks across the stone floor. But the room stays dim by design. Bright light, the healer reminds you, provokes the heat, encourages the humors to dance. And right now, the goal is the opposite. Calm, stillness, the hush that invites your mind to stop throbbing like an angry drum. This morning's treatment does not involve herbs or cups or cold cloths. It involves a lute, the healer, who yesterday looked like she might fall asleep mid-sentence, now plucks a short-necked lute from its shelf as if drawing a sword. It's worn, of course, wood dulled by years, strings slightly warped. The kind of instrument that's lived more lives than any of the people in the room. She doesn't tune it. She just begins to play, softly, slowly, no show, no song, just a series of notes strung together like footsteps over a quiet floor. You can't hum along. There's no melody. It's not that kind of music. This is functional music, medicinal music, lute as leech. The sound curls around the room like breath. No one speaks. You lie there, letting each note settle behind your eyes like drops of cool rain. Historians confirm that medieval physicians, particularly those trained in more scholarly traditions, believed certain instruments could produce healing effects. Stringed instruments, especially, they were thought to be gentle, direct, and reflective of divine harmony. A perfectly tuned string, after all, mimics the balance that the human body was forever chasing. One note too sharp, the humors rebel. Too flat, the soul withers. This, of course, isn't how you would have put it. but you can feel the truth of it in your limbs, the way your fingers, curled against your chest, relax one at a time, the way your jaw loosens, the way your breath slows to match the rhythm of the music without any conscious choice on your part. Your headache hasn't vanished, but it's not the villain anymore. It's become part of the texture of your thoughts, like a thread woven into the fabric of the day. You glance at the lute player. She's swaying slightly, eyes closed, not performing for you or herself. She's listening as much as playing, as if the lute is guiding her hands rather than the other way around. You find yourself wondering, did she study under someone? Or did she pick this up through trial, error, and a deep need to soothe someone she loved? There's a story here, but it's wrapped in music, not words. The healer sets the lute aside and steps away. She doesn't ask if you feel better. She doesn't offer conclusions. She simply lays a folded cloth over your eyes and says, "Rest while the sound settles." You do, and in the hush that follows, your headache pulses once, twice, then quiets, not gone, but transformed. Historians still argue whether this kind of musical therapy was real science or just ritual, but you've heard the lute. You've felt the air shift. You've watched pain change shape without a drop of medicine. So you're starting to believe, not in magic, not in miracles, just in vibration, in harmony, in the strange, ancient truth that sometimes, when everything else fails, all your body really needs is a well-timed string, gently plucked in the half-light you dreamt of bells. Not the loud, brassy kind that signal a fire or the arrival of the bishop, but soft, crystalline chimes, tinkling like glass stirred by wind. When you wake, you aren't sure if they were in your dream or if someone's actually playing them nearby. The headache hasn't returned. It hasn't exactly left, either. It's there, like a quiet guest who hasn't decided whether to stay for dinner. But now, at least, you feel like you're the one hosting it, not the other way around. This morning, the healer enters, holding something small and gleaming. A tuning fork, not the polished metal sort you'd see in a modern music class, but one made of hammered brass, etched with faint symbols, and so well used it has its own gentle patina. She holds it by the stem and strikes it softly against a bit of wood. The tone rings out, pure, simple, steady. You feel it in your teeth. She doesn't speak. She moves around the room, striking it again. Always the same note, always the same pause, as if waiting for your body to respond. This isn't music for your ears. It's music for your bones. Historians have long debated how deep the knowledge of acoustics ran in the Middle Ages. They didn't have wave theory, but they did have ears, and they noticed things. That certain chants settled the breath, that certain tones quieted crying, that a single vibrating note could be felt even when it wasn't quite heard. This was especially true among religious orders. Monks and nuns believed the structure of sacred music, its intervals, its pitch, its rhythm, was not arbitrary. It was divine order, rendered audible, medicine through mathematics. And, in certain texts, physicians wrote of the body as a well-tuned instrument, illness. Then, was not disease, but dissonance. A string pulled too tight, a drum left slack. The solution? Realignment, harmony. the application of tone like a balm. Your healer hums now. One note, again and again. She holds the tuning fork to your wrist, just briefly. The vibration is faint, like the memory of thunder. You feel it more than hear it. She steps back. Another note joins hers. Lower, slower. A monk this time. Emerging from the shadows with a hand-carved flute. He plays just 3 notes. They loop gently, spiraling through the room like candle smoke, and somehow, between them, the hum and the flute and the pulse of the tuning fork, you begin to notice something strange. Your headache is no longer inside your head. It's around it, like a shell, like a sound bubble, as if the pain has been drawn outward by tone and is now just sitting there, waiting. Waiting for what? You don't know. Maybe for you to decide you don't need it anymore. The healer places a hand on your shoulder. No words, just weight, just grounding. And for a moment, everything seems to sync up. Your breathing, the hum, the tone of the flute. It's not silence, but it feels like stillness. And maybe that's the point. Historians still argue whether medieval physicians truly understood resonance, or if they were simply mimicking monastic rituals without knowing why they worked. But does it matter? You've just felt your skull loosen, your thoughts ease, your pain melt, not vanish, not quite, but fade into something manageable. And all it took was breath, brass, and a note that knew where to find you. By the afternoon, the room feels cooler, not in temperature, though the shutters stay closed and the breeze from the tiny window is doing its best. But in spirit, you're not sure how else to describe it. The very air seems to have softened, slowed, like it knows something you don't, like it's waiting. The healer lights a fresh candle. It's beeswax, faintly honey-scented, already dripping even before it meets the flame. She doesn't speak. She simply motions toward the open space at the center of the room where 3 monks are assembling. They wear pale robes and carry nothing. No instruments. No herbs, just their voices. You know what's coming. You've heard of it. Maybe even caught fragments echoing through chapel walls during high holy days. But never like this. Never for you. Gregorian chant. They form a triangle and begin to hum. Not in unison at first, but in slow, thoughtful layers. One voice settles low, steady. Another hovers above it, holding a higher line like a slow-moving bird. The third, midway between, binds the two together. No rhythm, no words, just breath and tone and sacred slowness. You lie back. Let your eyes close, and the chant takes over. It doesn't rush. Gregorian chant never does. It meanders gently through space, a river of sound with no urgency to reach the sea. It feels inevitable, as if this moment was always going to happen. And your headache has simply been waiting for its cue to depart. Historians know this part well. The use of chant as a therapeutic practice isn't just legend, it's documented. In monasteries across Europe, music was part of healing. Not for entertainment, but to realign the patient with divine order. When the body ached, it was said to be straying from the rhythm of creation. Music, then, was the tether, the return. You don't believe in divine order, at least not in a way you could recite. But this sound, it feels holy, not in a preachy way, in a deep, wordless, bone level way. Your headache fades to a shadow, still there, but far, like a thundercloud seen from across a valley. The monks don't look at you. They don't need to. Their chant is not directed. It simply is. And in that, you find comfort. You're not the center of attention. You're simply present. Welcome, washed over, like a stone in a stream. The healer places a handkerchief beneath your head, lifts your feet slightly, and wraps a cloth soaked in rose water around your temples. It's cool, wet, soft. The chant folds over you, and for a moment, your thoughts go silent, not blank, just quiet, like monks moving barefoot through a cloister, like a candle flickering without wind, like your pulse, slow and sure beneath the cloth. Historians still argue whether the monks believed in the music's medical power or if they simply offered it as devotion. But does it matter? If your soul finds stillness, if your pain dissolves, if you breathe in peace for even 1 hour, then surely that's medicine enough. The chant rises slightly, then settles again. And you? You do the same. The chant lingers in your bones long after the monks have gone. Even now, with the room empty, but for a single taper, and the soft ticking of your breath, you can still feel it, that slow, pulsing resonance stitched into your ribs, like a lullaby left behind by ghosts. The healer re-enters, humming quietly, carrying a shallow wooden bowl filled with water. Not for drinking, for listening. She places it beside your head and gestures for stillness, as if you were planning to go anywhere, into the bowl. She drops a small stone. The plunk echoes gently, a ripple both seen and heard. The water wobbles, then stills. She drops another, slightly larger. The sound is richer this time, rounder, like the start of a thought. You're being drawn into what she calls a sound bath, but not the spa version. No cucumbers, no calming whale noises, just water, wood, stone, and the echo of movement. The healer begins tapping the rim of the bowl with her fingers, then with the tips of small bones bound in cloth. It's not a rhythm. It's more like conversation, as if she's coaxing the water into speaking. And slowly, it does. The sound it makes isn't loud. It's subtle. A hush. A resonance you feel more in your chest than in your ears. You close your eyes and follow it. This isn't new. You realize this practice, using water and resonance to bring calm, has existed in different forms across centuries. Historians have found mention of vessel vibration in old medical texts, where patients were calmed by harmonic movement, not always music. Sometimes it was bells, sometimes bowls, sometimes the long, slow note of a wooden flute played beside a stream. Here, your healer dips her fingers into the bowl and flicks water lightly across your forehead. It's cool, but not startling, like being touched by rain that knew your name. She begins to hum again, low, steady, like a thread pulled through cloth. The vibration combines with the gentle tapping, and you feel your headache shift again, not vanish, but drift, as if it's being rocked to sleep. The cloth over your eyes is damp now, steeped in lavender and marjoram, faintly sweet, faintly bitter, like dreams left on the windowsill overnight. You listen to water, to wood, to breath, and as your heartbeat matches the rhythm of dripping, tapping, flicking, You begin to forget what silence used to feel like. Because this is better. This is movement without chaos, stillness without stiffness, sound that doesn't demand attention, just offers comfort. Historians still argue whether this sort of therapy was real or symbolic, whether it was the water's sound, the healer's hum, or the mere suggestion of care that made it work. You couldn't say. You only know that your jaw no longer aches. Your breath feels full, and your headache, asleep, somewhere just outside the door. The healer dips her hand into the bowl one last time, lets a droplet fall onto your wrist, and smiles. Let the sound keep working, she whispers. And you do. The air smells like rosemary now. Not the dried kind, but fresh. Sprigs just cut from the herb garden, their oils still clinging to the stems. The healer crushes a few leaves between her fingers and sets them on a small ceramic dish near your head. You breathe in, sharp, clean, like memory tucked behind your nose. But it's not for your nose. It's for the music. She tells you, softly, like it's a secret, that certain herbs carry sound, that the scent of rosemary, mingled with tone, helps direct the pain outward, through the ears, perhaps, or through the pores. The science is vague. The belief is certain. Then she opens a small wooden case. Inside are scrolls, not of parchment, but of vellum scraped so thin they nearly glow in the candlelight. Musical notations, written carefully by hand. Lines and shapes that look more like spells than songs. She selects one and passes it to the young man at the edge of the room, the physician's assistant, or maybe just a local with a steady hand and decent pitch. He nods and takes up a bowed instrument. Not quite a fiddle, not quite a lyre. Something in between, like a cello that hasn't figured out who it wants to be. He begins to play, not loudly, not to impress, just a few notes, then a pause, then another. You realize this isn't a performance. It's a prescription. Each phrase is spaced precisely. A tone, then stillness, another tone, then stillness again. The music seems to breathe with you, or rather, you find yourself breathing with it. This is the physician's playlist. You've heard of it. Of course. There are texts, old ones, dog-eared and ink-stained, that list musical modes for specific ailments. Headaches are typically treated with the Phrygian mode, or so they say. Melancholy? Try Dorian. Excess bile? Something minor. Fever dreams? Best leave those to the monks. Historians love this stuff. They'll tell you about Boethius, the Roman philosopher who wrote that music ruled over both body and soul. That harmony in music reflected harmony in the universe, and therefore, logically, music could heal. You don't know Boethius, but you know this song. It's not one you've heard before, but somehow it's familiar. Like a voice calling your name across a foggy field. You tilt your head slightly, and the pain behind your eye sharpens, then fades, like it flared just long enough to acknowledge the note, and then let go. The healer nods approvingly. She gestures for more. The musician continues, slower now, lower. Each note lands like a stone gently placed in the riverbed of your mind. Each pause allows it to settle. Even your stomach seems to calm. Your shoulders soften, your tongue, which had been pressed tight against the roof of your mouth for hours, finally rests. The music wraps around you, No lyrics. No melody you could repeat. Just tone. Measured. Mindful. Exactly what your body didn't know it needed. Historians still argue whether these melodies were science or superstition, whether the notes cured anything or simply masked the ache. But what does it matter? You feel better. Not healed. Not reborn. Just better. Like a weight has shifted off center. Like something inside you heard the music and whispered, yes. The last note hangs in the air longer than it should. And then, silence. But it's not empty. It's full. You lie there, cradled in the quiet, and breathe. The silence doesn't last long, because silence, in a medieval treatment room, is never just silence. It's a pause, a warning, a moment of mercy before something strange happens. And right now, that something arrives in the form of a cloth bundle soaked in something unsettling. The healer unwraps it carefully. A paste of herbs and oils oozes between the folds. It smells like onions, vinegar, and old socks. She lifts it toward your forehead with all the solemnity of a priest presenting a relic. This is the backup plan. For when the music almost works, the cloth is warm, wet. It sticks slightly. She presses it to your temples, smoothing the edge toward your hairline. You breathe through your mouth. Onion poultice, she murmurs, with snail oil. You open one eye. Snail. She nods. Oil. You resist the urge to sit up and run. You've come this far. Might as well commit. The onion scent intensifies. Your sinuses burn. Your forehead tingles. And beneath the goo, you realize something horrifying. It's working. Historians confirm the existence of onion-based remedies for headaches. The logic was simple. Onions were warming, stimulating, believed to draw out excess moisture, particularly from the head. Mix them with vinegar or animal fat, and you had a medieval equivalent of a menthol patch. Add snail oil, and, well, now it's medicine. Snail oil itself was a common ingredient, supposedly soothing. Slimy, yes, but also rich in the kind of mucus that, by some miracle, was believed to lubricate the brain. Historians still argue whether this was metaphor or madness. You don't know. But your headache has officially taken notice. There's a dull burn across your brow now. Not pain. More like your skin is waking up, stretching after a long nap. You shift beneath the blanket. The fabric clings to your elbows. The poultice tightens. Beside you, someone begins to hum again. Low, steady, a kind of sonic backdrop to your new, onion-scented reality. The healer places a small stone on your chest. Not heavy, just grounding. She says it's obsidian. She says it traps pain. You're not sure obsidian can do that, but you let it stay. Because at this point, your treatment includes music, chant, tuning forks, water bowls, a harp-adjacent string instrument, and now, a forehead omelet. You've given up questioning. Instead, you relax into it. Because oddly enough, somehow, incredibly, you feel okay. The headache hasn't vanished, but it's been distracted. It's standing in the hallway of your skull, holding its coat, trying to decide if it should leave or stay just a little longer. You hope it chooses the former. The hum beside you grows slightly louder. It's not beautiful. It's not even in tune. But it's real. And somehow, it helps. The onion seeps. The snail oil glistens. You float. Historians rarely talk about the combination of treatments medieval doctors used. They focus on bloodletting, on potions, on big dramatic moments. But sometimes, healing came through layers. Music, scent, warmth, vibration, and slime. All working together. Not always elegantly, but earnestly. You feel that now. A strange alchemy of sound and scent and sensation. A medieval mess. A tender chaos. And within it, something close to peace. The healer removes the poultice, wipes your forehead. You expect to feel cold, but instead, you feel clear, like someone wiped fog off the window of your brain. You open your eyes, blinking. The hum fades. You smile, despite yourself, and murmur, "Okay, that wasn't the worst." The healer winks. "Wait until we get to mustard compresses." You close your eyes again, just in case she's serious. There are bells now. Not many. Just 3 of them, suspended from a carved wooden frame like sleeping birds. Each is a different size. Each rings at a different pitch. Each has been polished until the brass gleams faintly, even in the dim light of the room. The healer doesn't strike them yet. She lets them hang, silent, their stillness almost as meaningful as their chime. She says that bells should only be rung after the body is ready to listen. You wonder what that means. She begins with the smallest. A light tap with a padded mallet, no harder than knocking on a door. The sound is high, quick, almost playful. It shivers through the air and disappears before you can follow it. Then the medium bell, lower, richer. A sound that seems to echo inside your ribs instead of around them. And finally, the largest, a deep, velvety tone that makes your bones buzz and your headache pull back like a startled cat. This is the royal method, used, they say, for noblemen, kings, even bishops too swollen with ceremony to admit they had mortal pain like the rest of us. It's said that in certain courts, physicians would perform bell rituals in carefully measured intervals, combining them with silence, darkness, and occasionally poetry to draw the fire from the crown of the head. You get the bells. You don't get the poetry. Maybe next time. Historians have found records of such rituals, tucked between more practical remedies. Some mocked them as superstition. Others described them in reverent detail. Timing, spacing, tone. The belief wasn't just in the sound, but in the space between sounds. That pausing after the bell allowed the body to release its grip on pain. That's what the healer's doing now. She lets each chime fade completely before ringing the next. No rush, no rhythm, just space, breath, patience. And with each tone, something inside your skull seems to loosen. Not violently, not like a cork popping from a bottle, more like a knot slowly undoing itself, strand by strand. She walks in a circle, carrying the frame, lets the bells ring near your feet, then your stomach, then just beside your head. You expect the sound to hurt. It doesn't. It washes through you like warm light. Each bell stroke echoes against the others. You start to feel layered, like your headache has dissolved into sound and now lives just outside your body, hovering, waiting to be dismissed. Your breathing slows. The air feels thicker, like sound has changed its texture. You don't move. Even blinking feels unnecessary. Historians still argue over whether these bell rituals were widespread or isolated curiosities. the inventions of eccentric healers in forgotten towns. But you lie here, in this cool room, with rosemary smoke curling near the rafters, and you think, maybe we've forgotten something they knew. That pain has tone, and tone can answer it. The healer stops. Silence follows, not empty, but full, like the bell is still ringing, just too quietly for human ears. She sets the frame down, covers it with a cloth, bows slightly, not to you, but to the space the sound has filled. You open your eyes, and the world is different, brighter, lighter, as if the headache had packed up and left without saying goodbye. You almost miss it. Almost. You're sitting up now, not quickly, not boldly, but without wincing, which, after 3 days of pressure behind the eyes and the steady throb of medieval mystery pain, feels like a personal miracle. The healer notices. She doesn't comment. She just nods once, quiet approval, and walks to the far wall, where a cloth curtain hangs over what you assumed was a storage alcove. She pulls it back, and behind it stands a woman with a harp, not a large one, not the kind angels pose with in manuscripts, but a small, lap-sized harp with soft curves and a faint shimmer to its polished wood. She carries it like a sleeping cat, gently, as if it might twitch at any moment. She doesn't speak, just smiles, then kneels beside you. The healer dims the candle. The harpist begins to play. It is unlike anything else. Each note is a breath, a ripple, a slow step into something that isn't quite music and isn't quite silence, but feels like the most soothing middle ground you've ever visited. Her fingers move delicately, plucking, pausing, plucking again. No melody, no rhythm, just sound, shaped gently like a lullaby whispered between thoughts. This is the quiet room. You've heard rumors. Some patients are taken there when all else fails, when bloodletting doesn't help, when herbs irritate the stomach, when the chant makes them weep instead of rest. In this room, there is no speech, no theory, no diagnosis, only sound, and the person who makes it. She closes her eyes as she plays, and you, lying there, forget your pain entirely, not because it's gone, but because it has become irrelevant, like a childhood memory that no longer stings. The music is personal, as if she's listening to your breathing and responding in kind. One note climbs as your chest rises. Another settles as you exhale. You realize she's not playing at you. She's playing with you. Historians rarely record the presence of women in these roles, but they were there. Nuns, midwives, herbalists, wives of physicians, especially in home treatments. They carried songs from mother to daughter, lullabies turned healing tools, rhythms that worked not because of science, but because someone cared enough to offer them. The harpist doesn't offer instruction, doesn't ask questions. She plays, and you rest. Your mind no longer spins. The echo in your skull has stopped. What remains is a steady thrum, a baseline of calm. You realize your jaw hasn't clenched in over an hour. The healer returns and places a warm cloth around your shoulders. You hadn't noticed the chill, but it melts as quickly as the tension beneath it. You close your eyes, and in that gentle darkness, the harp sounds like water over smooth stones, like wind in long grass, like something before language. The harpist's fingers slow, then stop. She rises, bows slightly, leaves the room like a ghost content to vanish. You lie still, unwilling to speak, The healer doesn't break the silence, because here, silence is part of the cure. Historians still argue whether music was truly used for this level of intimate care, or if we've romanticized it in hindsight. But your shoulders are loose, your breath is steady, your headache is gone. And whatever you call that, science, ritual, music, grace, it worked. The window is open just a crack now, letting in a ribbon of wind that smells like damp earth and the distant clink of church bells. It carries the soft rustle of leaves and something else, faint, high, and oddly rhythmic. You're not alone in the room anymore. The healer has returned, carrying an armful of scrolls and star charts. She spreads them out on the table with the reverence of someone about to read your soul through the alignment of Saturn and your sinuses. Let's check the stars, she says simply. You blink. She's serious. Astrology, in this century, isn't fringe. It's fact. Every ailment, every ache, every strange dream or mysterious pain has its place on the celestial chart. And today, your headache might just be the moon's fault. She lays out the parchment, taps one of the circles with a slender, ink-stained finger. Venus, she says with a sigh. In opposition, no wonder your head was full. Apparently, Venus is moody this week. Historians confirm this wasn't unusual. In medieval medical practice, especially among learned physicians, astrology and anatomy went hand in hand. One treated the body, the other, the timing of the body. You could have a perfectly good remedy, but if the moon was in the wrong phase, it wouldn't work. Or worse, it would work backwards. Your treatment today had been chosen because of the moon's waning light, because today's music would soothe rather than stir, because Saturn, slow and somber, makes for better healing than Mars, who tends to get loud and start wars in your bloodstream. The healer marks something on the scroll, a note for next time, perhaps, or a warning to avoid chant on Tuesdays. You don't interrupt. You simply observe. Because honestly, you're starting to believe that maybe your headache was never just your own. Maybe it came from up there. The healer rolls up the chart and places a small brass sphere in your hands, a hollow globe etched with stars and planets, the kind of thing a scholar might use to predict eclipses or argue about destiny. Hold this, she says. It helps. You hold it. It's cool, perfectly weighted. Your fingers trace the orbit of Mercury, of Mars, of the moon you can't see from this window. And you wonder, if the stars can dictate tides, why not the tides inside your skull? One of the monks steps inside, offers a small parchment with a musical notation on it. He nods to the healer, who nods back. Apparently, the planets agree. It's time for another melody. This one is different. Higher, faster, not stirring, still calm, but active. As if your treatment is moving into the reawakening phase, like the pain has passed, and now the body needs to be invited back into itself. The music trickles through the room like sunlight through leaves. And you breathe with it. The brass sphere warms slightly in your hands. You can almost hear the stars hum. Historians still argue over how seriously astrology influenced medical decisions. But no one disputes how deeply people believed in rhythm, celestial or musical, how they watched the sky for signs, how they aligned medicine with moonlight, sound with season, and tonight, whether it's Venus or vibration, or the gentle press of harp strings still echoing behind your ears, you feel in tune. with your body, with the room, with the rhythm of something older than diagnosis. And maybe that's what healing was always meant to be. The healer returns the astrological sphere to its shelf, giving it a quiet pat like it's earned its rest. You're sitting fully upright now, draped in a soft woolen blanket, your head clearer than it's been in days. You think that might be the end of your treatment. But then she says, "Now we balance the blood." You blink. Didn't we do that already? You've been sung to, chanted over, wrapped in onion slime, and spiritually aligned with Venus. Surely your blood is as balanced as it's going to get. But no, this is different. This isn't about withdrawing blood. It's about moving it through sound. She gestures toward the stool. You sit. She places a wide bronze bowl beside you, then lifts a leather mallet and strikes its rim gently. The bowl rings out, low, resonant, deep enough to feel in your bones. She doesn't stop at one note. She walks around you in a slow circle, striking small bells, chimes, and bowls. Each tone is deliberate, each vibration tuned to reach a different part of your body. You are mostly water, she says, as though it's the most obvious thing in the world. So we sing to the water. We stir it until it flows right again. Historians actually support this one. In many parts of medieval Europe, there was a long-standing belief in the relationship between vibration and circulation. When the humors went stagnant, especially blood, a little movement was required. And what better movement than resonance? Modern science might raise a brow at the claim, but your spine is currently buzzing. The sound resonates through your lower back, your legs, your chest, and, at last, your skull. That's the one. It's not unpleasant. It's more like your brain is being reminded of its shape. A gentle vibration settles into your forehead. The healer strikes a smaller bowl, held just an inch above your scalp. You feel it before you hear it, like a tuning fork pressed softly to your thoughts. And with each tone, a strange image enters your mind. Your headache, not as a monster or a fire or a hammer, but as a puddle, a still, stagnant puddle in the corners of your brain. And now, with each note, the water stirs, ripples, clears. The healer smiles as you exhale. You're flushing it out, she says. Sound cleans what knives cannot. Another tone. This one from a stringed instrument pressed flat to your shoulder. She plucks it once, twice. It sings into your collarbone like a whispered confession. You've never felt so internal, like your bones are listening, like your blood is beginning to dance. Historians still argue whether musical medicine was a fringe idea or a core belief. But the documents survive. Texts describe entire modes and scales meant to stimulate circulation. Certain tones, they said, encourage blood to move upward. Others push it down. Some rhythms calm the liver. Others calm the soul. You can't tell which is which, but something is working. Your limbs feel lighter. Your skin seems warmer. And your headache? Gone. Not dulled, not relocated, just gone. The healer sets her bowl aside, offers you a sip of cold water infused with mint and lemon balm. You drink slowly, and for the first time in days, the water tastes bright, like something inside you is alive again. The healer sets down the last of her instruments, the notes still faintly echoing in your chest. You feel looser, not sleepy, but unknotted, lighter in your spine. calmer in your fingertips, almost floaty, like your headache carried more weight than you realized. And now, with it gone, your entire posture has shifted. But not everyone trusts this kind of recovery. And as if on cue, the door creaks open. In steps a man in a robe, far too elaborate for this humble cottage, carrying a look of polite skepticism and a leather-bound book thicker than a wagon wheel. You've met his kind before. The academic, the cleric, the one who questions everything that isn't written in Latin and signed off by Galen himself. He sniffs the air, eyes the bowls, eyes you. Was music the method then? He asks, as if catching someone in a prank. The healer doesn't reply. She's lighting rosemary again. He clears his throat, flips open his book, and begins quoting something about vapors and humors and the importance of leeching. You smile, because while he recites, the harpist quietly enters again, tunes a single string, and plucks it with perfect indifference. The cleric flinches slightly. He claims it's superstition. He warns of slippery slopes. He glances nervously at the snail oil, as though it might move on its own. You don't say a word, because deep down, you know he's not entirely wrong. This whole thing, music, bowls, chants, the silent harpist, who seems to know your heartbeat better than you do, does skirt the edge of what his world calls magic. Which is exactly why it works. Historians record many such conflicts between formal medicine and folk wisdom, between scholars in cathedrals and village women with fingers stained from sage. Some physicians embraced sound, others condemned it as nonsense, or worse, heresy. You glance at the cleric's belt. There's a small charm tied just beneath his pouch, a painted wooden disc. For headaches, you smile again. They all believe, when it comes down to it. The healer says nothing. She just begins to hum softly while she crushes herbs for the next patient. The monk by the door answers with a counter hum. A harmony so low, you feel it before you hear it. Even the skeptical man falls silent, because the room is humming, and no one, not even the ones with books, can talk over that. The harpist plucks a final note, then another, and suddenly, it doesn't matter who believes what, because your headache is gone. You're upright, you're clear, and you feel like someone has shaken the dust off your soul. Historians still debate whether this kind of music was therapy or theater, whether healing came from vibration or ritual, or simply the comforting illusion that someone cared enough to sing near your pain. But you know the truth. You were heard. And more than that, you were tuned. The day stretches on. You're outside now, gently, cautiously, seated beneath a crooked pear tree that leans like it's eavesdropping. The healer said the fresh air would finish the tuning, whatever that means. And truthfully, you don't mind. The sun is low, buttery against the fieldstones. The breeze carries just a hint of music still, probably in your head. But you're not convinced it isn't drifting from the open window. You tilt your face toward the light. No ache, not even a shadow of it. If anything, your head feels like it's still wrapped in that warm harp string, vibrating ever so slightly at the edge of your thoughts, as if the headache left a little thank you note and a promise not to return soon. And yet, in the far tent across the courtyard, someone moans, low, long, unmistakably familiar. A battlefield groan. You recognize it immediately. Too many knights huddled beneath bloodied cloaks. Too many comrades pressing hands to temples after being knocked silly by blunt edges and blunter men. Headaches aren't always gentle. They don't always come from thinking too hard or staring at parchment. Sometimes they come from war. The healer hears it too. She rises, smooths her apron, and disappears into the tent with a bowl of warm water and a linen bag that clinks faintly with bells and dried herbs. This, too, is part of the work. In battle, pain arrives suddenly. Head injuries, stress, blood loss, deafening noise. You've seen men pace in circles for hours after a blow to the skull, talking nonsense or nothing at all. Some weep, some shake, some go completely still. Music can't cure everything, but it can settle. It can slow. You remember a field surgeon who kept a small drum beside his tools. He said the rhythm helped him think, helped the wounded breathe, helped the pain remember its place. The healer returns. Her hands are damp. There's blood on her sleeve, but her eyes are calm. I use the chant, she says, the slow one with the low notes. You nod. You've heard that one. She sits beside you and begins to sing it again, softly, under her breath. A single note at a time, like walking barefoot in a memory. Historians have long debated how battlefield medicine intersected with sound. There are records of drums being used for pacing breaths, flutes for soothing fear, and even humming. Simple, low, constant, to keep a wounded soldier tethered to the present moment. Not science, exactly, but something close, something older. The healer tells you about a knight she once treated who refused laudanum, but asked her to hum a folk song his mother used to sing. He'd been pierced through the temple. Shouldn't have survived, but he did. I'm not saying it was the song, she says, but I'm not saying it wasn't. You smile, because you've started to believe that healing doesn't always come in big, clean, explainable doses. Sometimes it comes in vibration, in rhythm, in the quiet hush between two harp notes, or the long breath before a bell rings. And out here, with the day curling toward dusk and the headache long gone, you feel more healed than you felt in months. Historians still argue, but pain remembers. And so does the body, especially when the cure is sound. The fire has burned low. The sky outside your window is smeared with indigo and the last golden streaks of sun. And inside the room, the light is warm and flickering. You're lying back again, not from exhaustion, not from pain, just because it feels good to lie there, wrapped in softness, with your head on a pillow that smells faintly of thyme. You've come full circle. No more chanting monks. No more snail oil. No more skeptical clerics. Just you. And the echo of everything that worked. The harpist has long gone home. The bells are covered now, tucked under cloth like sleeping pets. But in the corner, near the flickering hearth, the healer is quietly striking a bowl. Just once every few minutes. No performance, no ritual. Just a kind of sonic heartbeat, steady and low. You match your breathing to it. In, out, in, out. There's nothing left to fix. Nothing left to stir or scrub or rebalance. The humors are quiet. The blood is flowing. The stars are aligned, or, at the very least, they're no longer offended. This is the part of healing no one writes about. The after. when everything has settled, when the pain is gone, and all that remains is the awareness that you are whole. Not perfect, not immune, just held together again. The healer brings you a cup of broth, light, herbal, steaming gently. It tastes like the air after rain. You sip slowly. She says nothing. Neither do you. There's no need. Historians might miss this part. The quiet, the stillness. They focus on the instruments, the chants, the methods. But this, right here, might be the most healing moment of all, when the sounds have stopped, and what remains is peace. And now, in this gentle quiet, you let yourself drift. Your headache is gone, not just dulled, not just distant, but gone like a song whose last note has faded into silence. Your body remembers the vibrations, the harp, the hum, the soft flick of water in a bowl. You feel them in your skin, like echoes from another room. The healer has left you alone now. She trusts you're ready. You shift under the blanket, letting it fall just slightly, letting the air touch your arms like a sigh. The window stays cracked. A breeze rolls in, cool and clean, the scent of night flowers trailing behind it. And you breathe. There's no hurry here, no pain waiting for a second act. Only warmth, only rhythm, only the memory of sound wrapped around you like the softest song. You let the last notes of the day play out, birds settling in, the crack of old wood in the fire, the breath of someone dozing just beyond the wall. Even these tiny noises feel musical now, like your whole world has been tuned, gently, precisely, back into place. And maybe you don't need music anymore tonight. Maybe the silence is its own kind of melody. So rest now. Let your thoughts fade like distant bells. Let your breath carry you forward, slow and steady. Let your body hum quietly with the memory of being healed, not with force, but with patience, with stillness, with sound. Good night.